Round. Do you want great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
LSU is off to the winner's bracket. South Carolina to the loser's bracket. Brought to you by our friends at Redmond Distilling, Redmond Vodka. That's game one of the SEC baseball tournament. Game two coming up. Arkansas and Texas A&M. Then Alabama at 4:30 as they take on today number 2 Florida, number 2 in the country. And then after that, Auburn gets number 8 Vandy in the late night game. Bama's ranked number 24. Auburn's 13th. 9 straight for Auburn. We've heard from Butch and from interim coach Jason Jackson on the show already today. The SEC baseball tournament continuing. That's an update from our friends at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling.
Can I make a point about the revenue sharing in the ACC since you're talking college baseball?
Yes.
So in case you missed the show, there appears to be support for the revenue-producing sports getting bonuses for basically being successful in those sports, right? So you just heard Todd Furman say earlier this hour that Wake is the national favorite to win it all right now. So their coach is obviously doing a really good job. I'm going to imagine if you start looking at coaching salaries, his is not way up there, right? Do you know how hard it's going to be to keep coaches in sports like baseball at places like that if Wake starts having to cut back because they're not getting the extra football money?
Instantly, why would he not be a great target for Alabama where they would overpay him and bring him in?
I think he probably is right now. I think that's one of the names that has been mentioned because I think I remember us being like, Wake's really good right now.
Yep.
But, I mean, there's no way you can keep up in those kind of sports if my football money is now dropping. Yep. I mean, the only reason Wake has any sort of facility or whatever in baseball is because of football money.
The conference sharing, equal
conference
shares.
sharing, right.
Yeah.
And that's all because of football TV deals. You'll never keep coaches like that at a place like Wake.
That's right. And if we did this in the SEC, how much further behind would Vanderbilt be?
Oh, Vanderbilt will be non-existent, whereas Vanderbilt is, where are they in the current RPI?
They're top 10 baseball team,
Yeah, number 8. I mean, Vanderbilt is going to be in great position to even host super regionals.
Thank you guys. 5 to 6 today at Top Golf with our friends at Bud Light. We've got so many great relationships up here. And tomorrow, it's actually out in the lobby right now. And we can't wait to go out and look at it. Packaging and everything. I'm not going to tell you what it is yet. But tomorrow on the show, one of the next partnerships that we have here that you guys will be able to purchase and enjoy every day. And we hope you do that. But I'm excited about this. I can't go wait to see the packaging.
I told them in the lobby that I think my grandfather in heaven would shed a tear if he were here on earth to see this. That's all I'll say. I think my grandfather would have said, son, you've made it.
So
I do, Rockstar.
I thought the emotion skip a generation. That would have landed with you. So I doubt he would have cried. He'd have been happy for you because nobody in your damn family cries.
Would he have cried at your daughter's graduation?
No.
Well, no, he'd have bitched about how long it lasted and all the yelling.
Apparently not. I mean, I cry in a national anthem. Brown says, freedom.
Could have been better.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. We'll tell you what it is tomorrow. It's not dip cans.
T&R smokes.
Yeah. Light them up. Filter free, boys. Roll them up your sleeves. We'll tell you what it is tomorrow, and we're going to take a look at the packaging. I hope we like the packaging because we've got a lot of it out there.
Looks really good.
I've never won a cod piece, so this is going to be interesting.
Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
It was a pretty amazing sports day here in our area in Central Alabama yesterday. We had the Legion FC last night in a U.S. Open Cup game with a great crowd at Protective. And then the SEC baseball tournament. Brown, you and I were talking, we've done it a couple of times this week, just talking about what an impressive venue and outing it is every year for the SEC tournament. And we're sitting here on a rainy Tuesday with great crowds. And then yesterday, Wednesday, great crowds for a 9:30 LSU game. Drama in the second game of the early session, and then the Alabama-Auburn games were classic in front of a packed stadium at the Hoover Met. And we're only to Thursday of the tournament. What can they do for an encore today?
I don't really know. You know, it's kind of funny. I was thinking last night as I was watching the Alabama game when Rockstar and I were at Odie's for trivia, and you, me, and Little T had had dinner at Odie's, and you guys had departed, but I was watching the game thinking, you know, this is twice now that in this city, in Birmingham, there has been an event that is a ticketed event in sessions where Alabama and Auburn have played in the same session, creating a really difficult ticket and a really cool environment. Yeah. If you were at the Saturday of the NCAA tournament where Alabama and Auburn played in the same region, that environment was incredible. With Houston and Auburn and then Alabama playing Maryland, you know, you had a lot of Alabama fans that got there early and eventually cheered for Houston. I think some Auburn fans, after they lost, stuck around and were cheering for Maryland before Alabama pulled away in that game. And then last night, I think you had some of the same. It was kind of hard to tell because Florida also was orange and blue, but when they would scan the stands, I thought I caught some Auburn fans cheering for big Florida plays.
I think when the home run cleared the fence in the bottom of the 11th.
It said like Gainesville?
You could tell. There weren't that many Florida fans there. There were not that many Florida fans.
So that was just a really, really cool environment. And that's twice we've had that in our city in a similar situation. And, oh, by the way, who plays today?
Yeah, at 1 o'clock, Alabama and Auburn. We'll get to what happened yesterday, but they do play each other in an elimination game today, so you know both of them lost yesterday. But the big picture of all that is, I mean, you can call us SEC homers if you want. I don't shy away from that.
No, I own it.
Hell, I don't take that as an insult.
No.
You're welcome, is what I say. I am an SEC homer. It's the conference I grew up with and will die with. But when you're sitting here, again, on a Wednesday for a baseball tournament that really, big scheme of thing, doesn't mean a whole lot. All these teams are going to the NCAA tournament. We're fighting for some nuances in the NCAA tournament, but all these teams are in the NCAA tournament. To have that kind of drama going on, it's just an amazing event, and it's the passion of the fans in the SEC that makes it an amazing event. I mean, the fact that it's juiced up, that people go to the games, is what makes SEC softball so good, SEC baseball, basketball, football. To me, it's the fans on the road.
Well, there's no doubt.
When you go on the road in the SEC, it's not like going on the road in football in the Big Ten or other conferences. The Big Ten has some great crowds in places like Ohio State and Michigan and Penn State and Wisconsin. But you go to some sleepy venues as well. You know, Nebraska's got a great crowd always, despite the record. But there are some sleepy venues in other conferences. In the SEC, other than Vanderbilt, and usually you bring it's BYOB, you bring your own fans, your own juice, your own excitement when you get there. It's a fun environment on the road. It's that way in baseball too. Just an amazing week going on out at Hoover. It continues today with 4 more games. 2 of those are elimination games that are about to get underway this morning, and then we'll get Alabama and Auburn at 1 o'clock. Let's get into what happened last night, if you will. Let's turn the clock back and get to first the Alabama game, which was the 4:30 game. Number 2, Florida is the opponent. Alabama, Brownie, 6-3 after scoring 3 in the top of the 11th. And then, from what the SEC Network broadcast said, was the first time in SEC tournament history a team comes back from 3 down in extra innings to walk it off, and Florida beats Alabama 7-6.
I mean, that's hard to believe. Though, I mean, it's been a pretty long tournament. I mean, this thing goes back a long way that you've never had somebody come for that far back in extra innings, though that is hard to do. I mean, when you think about it, I bet it doesn't happen a ton in the major leagues even, and they play 162 games.
I mean, rarely do you get up as many as 3 in extra innings.
That's right. And then rarely are you good enough to come back from that. Right. I mean, it's normally a death blow. But I mean, you got to credit Florida, man. They just never – they came back in the, late in the regulation to tie the game and even force extra innings. And then when Alabama looked like they had really given them a death blow, they never quit. That's one way you win the SEC regular season, by the way.
BT Riopel with the 3-run shot. They had scored a run to make it 6-4, and then a three-run walk-off home run, 7-6.
Bomb, by the way.
I mean, it's one of those where the outfielder doesn't even run back to the warning track of the wall and make that jump. It was a turnaround, and how high up in the trees is it going to hit?
That's
right. And that's how Alabama loses yesterday. After the game, interim head coach Jason Jackson talks about how that game ended for the Tide.
Basically what I told him was, hey, man, this hurts, right? And it's supposed to hurt, right? You invest that much into the game, and it was an emotional game, and again, it was a very well-played game. But this is supposed to hurt, right? I mean, that's a kick in the gut, and so it's okay to be pissed. You should be pissed. But we're going to go home, and we'll go back to the hotel, and we're going to eat, and we're going to be pissed off for a little while, and that's okay. But when we wake up tomorrow, that score resets to 0-0, and we got to bring it to the ballpark. We got to be ready to go. We got to be ready to bring it.
I like the way, and I know Alabama lost, but I like the way he managed that game in extra innings. I don't know a ton about baseball strategy. I will self-own that. I'll admit that. But that bunt he called, now the runner got called out because of interference. But I thought that was I like that play, right? I mean, you force them to make all the right decisions. They got a ton of pressure on them in that situation.
Yep. High school coaching legend Sammy Dunn, who passed away way too early. Son Casey, still a great coach in the area at UAB. But Sammy, back in my days, I was finishing up high school baseball and then watching him coach his career. He was one of the best at that. Like, he would do all sorts of things that put the pressure on you to make plays.
Well, and in a bunt situation like that, you're forcing a lot of people to make critical decisions. Right. It's not just one guy, right?
That's right.
I mean, it's not a tapper back to the pitcher. All he's got to do is spin and throw to first. I mean, the pitcher had to flip it to the catcher, who had to throw it to first. The first baseman's got to get over, to make that decision quickly. The ball's not anywhere near me. I got to go over and cover. We got to worry about the runner on third. I mean, you had a lot going on in that play. I thought it was a perfect call. Now, your runner gets too far over in the grass. Didn't really even have to. I mean, if he's just in the base path, that ball probably still hits him. But all those things, it worked perfectly if your batter just doesn't run too far to the left into the grass and get runner interference. You win the game, or you take the lead at that point right there. So I like that call. I thought that guy, for a guy that's basically an interim manager, I guess. I don't know what your interim coach. I don't know what you call him. I thought he made a really good call there.
Yeah, I agree
guess
with
he's
you.
coaching with house money, though. I mean, what the crap's it matter to him, right?
Well, I agree, but you're making it sound like he was like the guy who was booking hotel reservations for Alabama baseball and never has really sat in the dugout. I mean,
he was the pitching coach. Yeah. It's not like he's focused, I would imagine, on an entirely different part of the game.
Pitching coaches are the smartest coaches.
Are they, you think?
I always think so, right?
I don't know.
I think back in the day, the old is axiom the word I'm looking for here?
Well, you're going to have to tell me the rest of the sentence.
The old belief in baseball terms back in the day that
axiom would have worked.
Major League Baseball catchers made the best managers because they called the game, they managed the pitchers, they sort of set defenses and things like that, and that they made really good managers. I think we've gotten away from that a little bit. But the guy we're going to talk about next, Butch Thompson, he manages the pitching staff really well. Auburn loses to number 6 Vandy. So Alabama lost to number 2 Florida. Auburn loses to number 6 Vandy, 6-4. In that game, Bryson Ware hits his 23rd home run of the year. Now, we just got through the Sonny experience down at Auburn with one home run after another. But Bryson Ware is now the home run leader, passing 2010's Hunter Morris, who held the record. Now, keep in mind, this is the school where Bo Jackson and Frank Thomas played.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Yeah, so 23 home runs tell you what Bryson Ware has done this year. But Vandy beats Auburn 6-4. Butch Thompson talked about the loss afterwards against a Vandy team that is going to be, likely hosting a regional and maybe a super regional and maybe on the way to Omaha again. It's just the best of the best, and Butch talked about that afterwards.
Y'all have played such clean baseball the last couple months. 5 of their 6 runs were walks or errors. That's how they got on base. That's something y'all haven't done much of lately.
Yeah, that was the difference in the game, and I thought we experienced some of that in the first 4 innings last night, and then hooked it up pretty good. So hopefully, we play these night games, and you can just see when a ball goes to the outfield, you can see the water splashing up off of it, but we call that an excuse. So no matter where we play or what time of day we play, we're going to have to be able to, make the other fella beat us, have discipline at bats, and dominate routine play. And that's been a challenge for us, at least enough to put us 1-1 in this tournament.
Can you just freeze that shot and pull it up? Forrester, thumbs up or not? Really good looking Auburn hat, right? I mean, I know we're used to that being orange, but just that's white, right? My eyes are that's blue and white. That's a good look. That's a good looking Auburn hat, is it not?
Yeah. No? I mean, I'm not crazy about that uniform for them. Uniform look.
What uniform?
It was the all blue, right? It was our navy or whatever, orange and blue. I'm not a big. It was the all blue with the orange script. I'm not a big fan of that uniform. I don't hate that hat though. Like if that hat's, just separate from the uniform.
Like if you're just rolling on game day as a fan, not in uniform.
Yeah.
Going to Jordan Hare to watch.
No. That's great.
Football, basketball, or basketball at Neville, or to Plainsman for baseball. That's a cool looking.
I think Auburn's got a lot of good classic baseball uniforms. I don't know why they wear the all blue. I don't like that one at all.
Is it their
Nobody has asked me one time.
Is it their city uniforms? That's what we do in Major League Baseball now. When we screw up a uniform, we call it our city theme or something like that.
Yeah.
We do something crazy. So Alabama and Auburn lose, but no shame in that. Forrester set the table for us, and since we're still getting a new part shipped in for his microphone, I'll set it up and see if you guys agree. He thinks that this 1 o'clock game this afternoon, there are a lot of people that think both Auburn and Alabama are going to host. Forrester paints a scenario for me today that maybe only one of them hosts, and maybe it comes down to, who wins this game today, that maybe they're on the same line, that maybe there's a little bit more juice in this game today than maybe some people think, that this could be a very important game in the hosting world.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I was looking, I think I closed it, unfortunately, but I was looking at the RPI earlier. And I don't know how, again, I haven't paid this much attention to the
Again, as I joked the other day about we're the new Mississippi.
That's right.
Listen, I know we're not coming out back-to-back national champions, Bobby, but I'm just saying that, we're on a roll of 3 days in a row talking a lot of college baseball.
There's no doubt. But Alabama is today 11th in the RPI. Auburn is 16th, and obviously there are 16 regionals, but not everybody in that top 16 is going to get to host. For instance, I don't think Indiana State at number 10, at least some of the projections I've seen, Terre Haute does not get a host site. So just because you're above one of those two schools doesn't mean necessarily you will get to host. But they've at least got to be in the discussion. I don't know how strongly they go by this RPI either, though. I mean, at some point, facility plays into consideration. Alabama and Auburn have both hosted before, so facility's not an issue, right?
Right.
So that's going to put you ahead of some teams.
If they let Vandy host in that cracker box of a stadium up there and turf everything, Alabama and Auburn's facilities are perfectly fine. So we go 1 o'clock today. Forrester painting a scenario of a lot of importance in that game. But both teams are off to the NCAA tournament. And right now, both projected by some folks as host next week in the NCAA tournament. But there's 4 games. We're about to get the early game, elimination game started, then the Alabama-Auburn game at 1. Winners bracket games go on. Just an amazing day yesterday at the SEC baseball tournament. We'll hear from Butch later on about playing Alabama today as we get closer to that. A reminder that Alabama softball is in the Sweet 16, along with Tennessee and one other SEC team, I think Georgia, in the Super Regional of softball, which starts tomorrow in Tuscaloosa, Alabama Northwestern. 7 o'clock Central first pitch Friday night, 8 o'clock Central first pitch coming up on Saturday night. So Friday and Saturday for Bama softball. We'll get into what else is happening in the sports world. A big night in soccer here in town as well. After you tell us about a big night last night at Odie's. I did go by. We finished our event with our friends at Bud Light. By the way, new toy they gave us here. You see it sitting in Lance's chair. It won't be here long. We'll get it out to the lobby or the green room. But it's a little miniature foosball table from our friends at Bud Light. We were at Top Golf last night, where Brownie outdrove me again, as he always does. But I put a few in the net out there. Fun time at Top Golf with our friends at Bud Light. We appreciate those that came by on their way to the Vandy game. Your swing is so much better than mine. I start off hunched over so much. I don't understand. Tell me what I'm doing wrong there.
You're hunching over too much.
So I need to bend more at the waist?
Yeah.
Your back is too rounded off. You need to try to
straighten my back.
Feel like you're sitting on the edge of a bar stool.
Yeah.
The only thing I can do to help you, Brown, you got to get behind him and grab the club and just show him how to do it. That's what always helps me.
Yeah. So
we're going to film it.
I'm hunched over. I mean, you got a good look, but I'm doing better at finishing.
You are? Yeah.
Yeah. Because I know Taylor's shooting it.
All right.
If I'm on the golf course, I never finish that high.
Yeah.
Yeah. She started laughing, Rockstar, as she was shooting. That was the first one. And, she was like, save that one. I was like, oh, yeah. And the second one I hit, I mean, it had not even touched the ground yet. I was like, delete that one.
She sent that one.
I'm like a college girl on Instagram when I'm swinging the golf club. No, delete that. Let me actually see you delete that one. Let me see you delete that one. Yeah. Lunsford, Jim bends over too much and pops up too fast. I mean, who the hell are you? Tiger Woods on the back row?
Nicholas L. Lunsford plays
I just like
golf.
to say that at my peak, I had a 9 handicap. No longer do I have a 9 handicap.
I mean, you, my friend, are an athlete. Football and a 9 handicap?
Simple-minded athlete.
14.1 for me right now. Yeah. So I'm not going to.
I wasn't USGA registered, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. $48 for that. And Brown apparently pays half that. So
I think I do. I got to go back and look. It just comes out every year.
You don't think it's jacked up a little bit?
It could be. I don't know. It's one of those that's just automatically coming out every year, and I don't pay attention like any of those streaming subscriptions I'm on.
But when we were through all of that last night with our friends at Bud Light, we were over to Odie's where you guys had trivia, and we had a nice meal before you guys did the trivia.
Yeah, I got the old Diablo sandwich. Taylor got the little T got the chicken fingers. Dunaway went with the chili cheeseburger, right?
Chili cheeseburgers and fries.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Very good.
A little dollop of Rodney's chili on that historic cheeseburger.
Just a dollop of chili will do you.
Just a little or two.
Great lunch spot there for you at Odie's, Crestline Village. Here was the trivia question last night. Which one came first?
Okay.
Ray Kroc bought his first McDonald's, or Kay Ivey was born?
Kay Ivey.
You think so?
Yes.
Dunaway is exactly right.
Yeah.
He's a Kay Ivey enthusiast.
Ray Kroc.
I'm a Ray Kroc guy, and I just know how old Kay Ivey looks.
Ray Kroc, 1954, bought his first McDonald's.
I was going to guess 56.
Kay Ivey, born in 1944.
Yeah.
I also came
Not
up,
even close, by the way.
Yeah, it's a decade apart.
if she's running for re-election, I already got her campaign slogan. Every vote begins with K.
Every vote begins with K.
Give me, I'm Kay Ivey, and I approve this message.
I'm Kay Ivey, and I approve this message. We got to get our shit together.
Lunsford, I played Ray Kroc in the movie, of course.
Give me. Talk about her swimming pool again. That's my favorite new thing. I can still touch it, Tuscaloosa.
SS over there saying Ivy was born in 1892.
I'm going to do the backstroke to Mobile. That's the deepest. That's the Marianas Trench of this pool.
Chase P says Kay Ivey brings out the ageist in me for sure. I mean, more Kay or more Joe on the ageist thing?
No, I don't know. They're both. They're both. I think it'll both a little past their pride.
Marco! Nobody's in the pool with you. Marco!
Shit, could you imagine Kay playing this game of Sharks and Menace?
Cannonball! Pantsuit. pantsuit.
Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village, a Birmingham institution.
Smuff says Rockstar doing his best James Gregory Ivy impersonation.
I haven't done James Gregory in a while.
Is he still with us?
He's still with us. He's still touring.
God, that is the James
still
Gregory.
touring?
I think so, yeah.
James Gregory is one of your originals. It's also maybe the one you're most spot on with. Now, James Gregory bleeds over into Bill Cosby and Kay Ivey. And
As if any pressure, my British turns into Irish, then somehow turns into German.
But you're James Gregory. For anybody that knows who that is, it's a comedian.
Funniest man in the world.
Yeah, I mean, self-proclaimed funniest man in the world, and has traveled the Southeast a lot. So you may not know him, but Rockstar does a spot-on James Gregory. Just give me one joke as James Gregory.
You ever notice on the plane they give you a bag of peanuts? And it's like 2-3 peanuts. What the hell am I going to do with 2-3 peanuts? I'm on a flight. Paid $700 for this flight just to compliment. Well, compliment your ass.
That's spot on. Such a good James Gregory.
All right. That was Odie's last night for that. And again, we were out celebrating the Legion with our friends at Bud Light last night on the kickoff party. And fans came by and said hi at Top Golf. And then they walked over. And when we were leaving Top Golf, packing up the equipment, we looked out there. And there was a line at 650 to get into Protective Stadium. Lo and behold, 12,722 fans show up last night at Protective Stadium. The Legion sending out "Thank You Birmingham." And look at the pictures from inside the stadium. That's a soccer game. That's not Garth Brooks at Protective Stadium. That's for soccer last night. And look at that crowd. Beautiful pictures from the Legion. And like Furman hinted on the show, the Legion pulled the upset. They beat Charlotte 1-0, Soccer Geek, 1-0 last night. And they advance on to the round of 8 in the U.S. Open Cup. And they get Enter Miami next. And oh, by the way, it'll be back at Protective Stadium. So Enter Miami has to enter Birmingham.
Oh, geez, Dunaway.
As they roll to town on June 7th for another Wednesday night game.
How does Birmingham keep getting the home games? Is it coin toss?
Coin toss? I don't know. Beckham keeps calling tails because he's David Beckham. He's always going to choose tails.
Yeah. So when's this game? Oh, wow. That was a good line.
Thank you.
Sorry. When's this next game?
June 7th, as I just said, on a Wednesday
Jim,
night.
I didn't hear you.
Where is it? Where's it being played?
Protective Stadium.
Okay.
Jeez.
Enter Miami is coming to town. Yeah. But, I was talking to some Legion fans over at Top Golf last night, and they were like, hey, do you think we have a chance? And I was like, I made a joke, -2.5 as Furman was coming home. And Furman says in Vegas, the point spread was basically a pick 'em, as Lunsford was pointing out yesterday. And I said, so I guess we have a chance. And they were like, wow. So they were fired up. And not only did they have a chance, they win the game 1-0. So pretty crazy.
I think we need to go back to Top Golf, June 6th. Let's do it.
June 7th on that Wednesday night.
June 7th on that Wednesday night.
Yeah. So Protective Stadium, same scenario. Get your tickets at the same place. And 12,722 sets the franchise record for the largest crowd ever to see a Birmingham Legion game, with the possibility of David Beckham being in the house.
Oh, will he be at the game, you think?
He owns the team.
Yeah.
And it is the final 8 of the very popular U.S. Open Cup. Surely he'll come to town with Sporty Spice. What's her name?
No, he was married to Posh.
Posh.
The one that refused to do the reunion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Posh Spice. Maybe they'll both be sitting in one of those luxurious suites. I went Kay Ivey on you there. Luxurious suites. Down at Protective.
Cool.
So Pittsburgh won too. So 2 USL teams left standing in the round of 8. As I tweeted last night, you can't spell MLS without the L.
I love your victory laps.
It was a legendary game.
It was a legendary game. Rumors Messi's coming to enter next year. Hopefully, maybe by June 7th.
Well, he's going to play for him?
There's a possibility.
Is he retired from the Champions League?
No, he's got a $400 million a year offer from the Saudis.
And he's going to play in Miami?
And he can go back to Barcelona, or he could come here, enter Miami, and then start basically his endorsement tour in the U.S.
Yeah.
which is what Beckham did.
I bet he takes that Saudi money. Go ahead and tell you.
Saudi money is easy money.
Yeah, that money spins well.
No money easy like Saudi money.
Yep.
All right, we'll get to everything else going on in the sports world, including a big college football announcement coming up. But we were talking about the upset for the Legion last night. BHMLegion.com for tickets for that June 7th game against Inter Miami in the round of 8. 3 wins away from hoisting the cup, which is pretty amazing for the Birmingham Legion. Congratulations to everybody who made that happen last night down at Protective Stadium. And if you want to get into tonight's NBA game and a lot of day baseball, you can do it with our friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag.
Don't forget right now when you sign up at mybookie.ag to use code NEXTROUND. That gets you that sign-on bonus up to $1,000. You heard me right. You sign on at mybookie.ag, use code NEXTROUND, sign-on bonus up to $1,000. Right there, use it right away, win it, and keep it forever there at mybookie.ag. The NBA playoffs with the Eastern Conference Finals continuing tonight. The finals just around the corner. All the major league games. Heck, as Dunaway even told you, you can play these soccer games right there at mybookie.ag. They make it very easy. You bet, you win, they pay. You bet, you win, they pay at mybookie.ag. Do not forget code NEXTROUND, though, to get that sign-on bonus up to $1,000 when you visit mybookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. That's mybookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Couple of kick times in just a second, and one big announcement from an SEC partner. But first, let me tell you about our friends at Legacy. The website's legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com, the website. You'll go there to learn more about the official sponsor of UAB, the official credit union of UAB. They've been supporting UAB athletics since its beginning, and they've been supporting UAB in the city of Birmingham for over 60 years. They're such a big supporter of UAB that the gold standards, that the protectors at the Bartow Arena has Legacy on it. Legacy Pavilion there, the UAB football practice facility named after Legacy. There's Legacy Plaza at Protective Stadium on UAB football game day. So Legacy is all in with the UAB community in Birmingham for the past 60 years. They have a couple of things right now that'll help you with your finances. One of those is the lifestyle loan with Legacy. It can be used for unexpected medical expenses, maybe an emergency in your family finances, or for fun stuff like a dream vacation or to redo that backyard. No collateral required and affordable low rates. Get more details when you go check out our friends at Legacy at their website, legacycreditunion.com, legacycreditunion.com. A great place for car loans and a lot more. legacycreditunion.com, federally insured by the NCUA. Before we talk football, a fun announcement here on the show as well, something that we're excited about. Brownie, if you will, make the big announcement, and then we'll celebrate it a little
Jim,
bit. It's exciting.
How do you start your day every day?
I start my day every day with usually picking up a cup of coffee for Forrester.
Right.
Or Forrester picking up a cup of coffee for me.
That's right.
We brew a pot at my house.
Mm-hmm.
I bring one with me and then get a bonus cup through our friendship.
Well, guess what? We are launching today our own line of coffee. Next Round Coffee. Roasted beans, 100% Arabica coffee with our partners at Who Is Coffee, whoiscoffee.com, whoiscoffee.com. This is available in light, medium, and dark roast, specially coffee roasted on demand for whole or all of you. Is available in whole bean, ground for drips and pods, espresso, coarse ground for the French press. Whoiscoffee.com. And you can go there to pre-order today. We're going to send it out on social media. Scott is showing you on the screen there some of the bags.
Yes, we're actually on the packaging, which is really amazing.
I like it.
The Dunaway After Dark roast is my favorite, but feel free to sample all of them. And we'll have a link in our store as well, nextround.store. You can go there where you buy all your great gear and then punch there for an easy order to get it. It's specifically packed each time you order one. It's not already pre-existing, though we have some up here. Love the packaging. Your beard even shows up.
Yeah, I kind of like the way I look on it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I was looking at it last night.
I actually like the way you look on it, too.
Oh, thanks, Jim.
That's a given.
Yeah.
So anyway, whoiscoffee.com. Now, Taylor, if you were watching on video, Taylor has dropped a link. Lil T has dropped a link there in the chat room, so you can go ahead and do that. As Jim said, we'll have it on our store site as well. Pre-order today. Everybody that pre-orders will be entered to win a prize pack with coffee, shirt, hat, and tumbler. A prize pack.
Oh, so if you order today,
yes, sir. If you pre-order,
okay.
you get into a little contest there. So. Yeah. You love the show. You love coffee. Here you go. Next round blend of coffee. Let us know what you think. I'm holding the medium roast whole bean right here. So that's the thing I like about it with our friends at Who Is Coffee. A lot of different choices in this. And as you know about my coffee experience, it smells fantastic.
Michael giving the great tagline in commercials, Rockstar. The best part of waking up is next round in your cup.
Hey, man.
Somebody called him Jimmy Valdez.
Yeah.
The best part of waking up.
You should do a song like that.
Yeah. Ashley, thank you. She says nice. And it's really good. I mean, Forrester's, I think, sampling a cup right now. The process was a little bit more intense than I thought. They kept bringing in different styles of beans, different mixtures, and we like this. We wanted to be a little bit more this, a little bit more that. We dialed it in to where we think we have a pretty good blend here. This is a unique blend designed specifically for us. Your next
It absolutely
cup.
is. Yeah, I mean, I'll give you and Forrester and Reed and Kelsey credit. You guys tasted a lot of coffee and said, I like this about this one, I don't like this about this one. And they used all of that to come up with this blend right here.
This one's a little bitter. This one's a little,
this wasn't just
weak,
like,
da-da-da-da-da.
This isn't just like they, just threw a bunch of stuff together and said, here's your blend. We actually, the coffee drinkers up here actually filtered through a lot of them and came up with this blend. So I'm excited about this.
Yeah, Forrester calls it really good coffee. So
all right,
give it a shot.
He's a snob.
Yeah, really good coffee is that's like 2 thumbs up from Forrester when it comes to coffee. Because if I bring in the wrong cup from the wrong place on the way in, he bitches about it for 4 hours. So for Forrester to give it 2 thumbs up, it is really, really good. All right, so there you go, coffee. Michael says Aliceville wants those bags to check out Brown with their morning cup. Yeah.
They get coffee in the clink, don't they?
Yeah.
Comes in a little tin cup that they can bang on the
bars. Yeah,
bang on the
Is
bars
it still
later on.
1936?
I mean, the empty bags when they pull them out of the dumpster in Aliceville at the women's prison over there will be going off, being traded for cigarettes, so I can pin it up. They can pin it up in their cell and look at Brown's picture there.
What do you say, Fuzzy Britches?
All right, here's the big stuff that you need to know about college football today. We got a couple of kick times in a second, but first, yesterday, Florida and Georgia announces that they are exercising their option to stay in Jacksonville for the 2024 and 2025 cocktail party. Then the debate continues now on where the rivalry goes in 2026. After 2025, there's no contractual tie. Details have to be worked out. But 2024, 2025, right back there in Jacksonville, both schools united making that announcement yesterday.
Yeah, I think this was what was expected, right? And what to look forward to next is the Jacksonville people are saying, if we're going to keep our stadium updated with the NFL stadiums, we're going to have to gut this thing and redo a lot. And that is going to be a 2-year process. So there is at some point going to be an open window, probably at the end of this agreement, to this game to be on campus and them then to decide on down the road, do we want to keep it on campus or keep it in Jacksonville?
I hate to be that guy, but when the Jacksonville president, Mark Lamping, said earlier this week that he believes a new deal for a new stadium in Duval County in Jacksonville is going to happen, you guys don't need to worry about us playing back-to-back games in London this year. That sounds to me like a guy who was sent out there to make that announcement that there is concern about a new stadium in Duval County, and you should be worried about us playing back-to-back games in London.
Yeah, he's like that guy, what was it, Baghdad Bob, that used to work for Saddam Hussein, like there would be fires burning behind him. It was like, there is nothing to worry about. Everything is under control here.
Because Jacksonville's playing back-to-back games in London this year. Now, one of them is their home games and one of them they're the visitors, but still back-to-back games over there. It's long been rumored that the NFL wants a franchise over there and that Jacksonville, with their ownership group, would be okay with going over there. So we'll see if they stay in Jacksonville or not. They talk about remodeling that stadium again.
That's what they're talking about, yeah. That's why it'd have to be closed 2 years. Now, if they build another one, you would have no hiccup, but my question would be, and I don't know the answer to this because I don't know how Georgia and Florida fans feel about this, but if they build another one away from that site, is it the stadium that attracts them? Is it that site that attracts them? Is it the city of Jacksonville that attracts them? Would they go to a new stadium? Because I don't think you can build it. I don't think you can build it close to the site of where the Gator Bowl actually sits, or TIAA Stadium, whatever it is now sits.
I mean, I think it's almost landlocked, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they're going to have to build this.
Canals.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to build this out of the city, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about this. So are you wanting to play this still in Jacksonville, just at a different stadium, or is that even the open door, that once they move to that stadium and say, we're not going to stay, in some dilapidated old stadium and let it run down. We're going to go back to campus here. Yeah. I just feel like they're looking for any reason to get this thing back on campus. That's my feel.
Well, I mean, they could have done that for 2024 and 2025, but, that's a good push it down the road bargaining chip.
Yeah.
But I'm with you. It eventually will be on campus, in my opinion, unless they come out and Duval County says, I mean, if you're if you're remodeling that stadium, you're not doing what most of the NFL is doing now.
That's right.
L.A. built SoFi Stadium, considered to be the greatest stadium ever built on the planet. I haven't been there yet, but that's what they called it, and it was very expensive. You look how quickly Atlanta moved from the Georgia Dome to Mercedes-Benz. You look at what Tennessee has just announced they're doing. They're not remodeling Nissan. They're building a new stadium, state-of-the-art stadium. You look at what Buffalo just announced. They're building a new state-of-the-art stadium. You look at what Chicago's about to do. They're going to leave a remodeled Soldier Field and move to to a different part of town and build a new stadium. Nobody really is remodeling anymore.
No.
They're building new
That's
stadiums in the NFL.
Yeah, so I don't even understand that plan by them to try to remodel this
like
thing.
even the
Let's
Redskins,
kick in the can, yeah.
Like even the Redskins, which I put them in a relatively new stadium. I mean, what was that built in the late 90s? Now quarter of a century old, but by some standards, a newer stadium, and they're about to build another new stadium with their new
That's right.
ownership group.
Yeah.
So it's Cincinnati's had a new stadium since then. Cleveland's got a new stadium.
Well, I get the feel, though, that right now, if Kirby Smart wants it in Athens and Gainesville, he's got the sway for the people at Georgia to get behind him.
Oh.
Like if Kirby and
you mean back-to-back national
Yeah, that's what I'm
champions?
saying.
I'm only
I mean,
47 years old.
And Kirby is a guy that has been open about the fact that he does not like that they don't get the the recruiting aspect of a home game, that they lose a home game every other year to recruiting. So he's been vocal about not liking that, and I think Kirby's got enough power that if he's put his foot down and said we want this game in Athens, I think the Georgia people would get behind Kirby. Billy Napier does not have that. So I don't know, but I would imagine it only takes one to kill this deal, wouldn't you think? Like if Georgia says we're not agreeing to do it, you can play every other year in Jacksonville. We're playing our game in Athens.
Just look at Auburn and Alabama.
Yeah,
right. Alabama back in the day. Now the vote would be very different right now, but back in the day, Alabama wanted to keep playing the Iron Bowl in Birmingham.
Right.
And Auburn got to the end of that contract and said it's our home game and we're taking it to Jordan-Hare Stadium. They did that in '89, but back in '90 when it was Alabama's home game, where was it at? It was back at Legion Field.
That's right, yeah.
Right? And then when Auburn had the opportunity again, they said, nope, no more. You can keep playing yours at Legion Field.
You play yours anywhere you want. Yeah, we don't care.
All right, when it's our home game, we're going to Auburn. It only takes one to break a contract.
Yeah, that's it. And at some point, you would think Georgia could say, if you all like Jacksonville so much, you could play there. We don't care. Every other year, you play there. We'll keep coming down there.
I was the guy, back in the day. Hey, let's keep it at Legion Field. It's so awesome that it's neutral site. Though it was never neutral, it was always an Alabama crowd. Here in Birmingham, closer to Tuscaloosa, much like it's closer to Gainesville than it is to Athens.
Right.
But then, once you get it on campus, I don't care. They could build SoFi Stadium in Birmingham, and I would never want it to go back.
You can't match that.
Out of Tuscaloosa and Auburn.
You can't match it.
And in fact, I like the game better in Auburn, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's, Alabama having to overcome so much when they play there that it just seems to me like that atmosphere is the pinnacle of Iron Bowl atmosphere. Alabama at Auburn is the top line of it
There
all.
are a couple things in play there. Number one, Auburn has a really good home field advantage, and over the years, it has been a better home field than Bryant-Denny Stadium. Bryant-Denny Stadium has caught up as much as, they've closed the gap as they've added on to that stadium and as Alabama's gotten better again. But Jordan-Hare's been a good home field advantage for a very long time. Number two, it's a better game there. It is a blowout every time it's in Bryant-Denny since the comeback. Every game in Bryant-Denny has been in bloodbath just about. And that hurts the atmosphere, obviously. It's a foregone conclusion by the time the clock ticks to the fourth quarter. Jordan-Hare, those games go to the end of regulation and sometimes and recently beyond. So I think that's what's at play there. Why it does, I agree with you. The Iron Bowl is better in Jordan-Hare. It's a better game for whatever reason.
Yeah. So
I think that's because, as I've often said, in big games, Jordan-Hare's worth 7 points. I think
we'll see what the Georgia, Florida folks decide, but that's over the next few weeks. Until then, 2024 and 2025 will be back in Jacksonville. We'd love to see what you guys think over in the old Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. If you've been to that cocktail party, I think Lance has been to one. I've always wanted to go, but
I've been invited. A friend of mine used to be part of the like the Bruno event team and Night Edie here in town run events. He was part of that in Jacksonville. He lives in Huntsville now. It's a guy I went to school with at Jack State, and he was like,
I met him at the NCAA.
You did,
yeah,
you did.
yeah.
And he said, anytime you guys want to come do your show for me, we had an offer to do the show. He's like, well, I got you set up. Don't worry. My problem is I'm just missing so many college games on TV to go to that one. That was why I was hesitant.
I understand. All right, when we come back, the kick times, some important SEC kick times as we continue to start piece together the season. And why not? We're only 93 days away. I mean, we haven't really gotten into our off-season, topics that we usually get into yet, and we're only 93 days away from kickoff. We're only 53 days away from SEC Media Days, and we've got the 40 and 40 coming out very soon. You have until midnight tomorrow night to vote if you got the link to vote. Appreciate all of you signing up to that. That's also for all of you up here. You all got the link too. So Tyler and Forrester and Lunsford.
Already submitted mine.
You already submitted yours?
Already done.
Man, I love the
First
research
one
you
in.
do, man.
I did some
Brownie,
research.
Kelsey, Reed, Taylor, Lance. Chance Lance has his by midnight.
Is it due today?
Midnight tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night?
Yeah, and he's still in Vegas.
Yeah, it's going to be low now. Until you just said that, it was going to be low for me too.
Yeah. Well,
It still is, by the way.
Well, I mean, your contribution to the show is appreciated. So too is our friends at Hemphill. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090, 229-2090. Right now, special offer to get your air conditioning system ready for summer coming up. We're 93 days away from football, but we're not that far away from the triple-digit temperatures here in the south and the humidity. You want the air conditioning working at the A-plus rate. That's what our friends at Hemphill's, they do. They do it right. They fix it the first time at a fair price, and they do it with the best customer service. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill, the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Remember the name Hemphill or call 205-229-2090, Hemphill Services.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The next round rolls on now. Jeff with a great question. Have you guys seen a kick time yet for Auburn and Cal, the game out in Berkeley? I have not.
I have not.
It'll be on the TV property of the Pac-12, though, so it won't necessarily be in the usual place you watch Auburn football games. It could be on ESPN platform, but it could be on FS1 or Fox. Or
Yeah, it just feels like it's not going to be a big noon Fox kickoff, obviously. Feels like that 2:30 Fox window to me for some reason. I don't know. Could be a late game, though, too. Could be the Pac-12 after dark.
Yeah, it could be a night FS1 or a night ESPN2 type game. So nothing we've seen yet, Jeff. Those kick times, the other ones in just a second. But first, my friends at Way to Wellness, big upset. I finished eating my meal last night at Odie's with brownie and little tea, and I Rockstar, the cheeseburger is a classic. Then I put a dollop of chili on it, chili cheeseburger, and all the fries that came with it, dipping it in ketchup and, sneaking a dip into ranch dressing because Taylor dips everything in ranch dressing. And I finished it, and I instantly thought to myself, and I think I had 3 Bud Lights at the
that was a mistake.
You didn't think it to yourself. You said it out loud numerous times.
I said, I'm going to hate getting on the scale in the morning. The amazing thing about Way to Wellness, 191.6 yesterday.
Right.
191.4 today, despite that great meal.
You lost 0.2 of a pound?
0.2 of a pound
Wow.
with that high calorie intake. That's how they got me dialed in. And I'll go ahead and tell you, the lights are brighter over here when they flash them than in the middle.
For some reason, I was looking at them. I don't know why. All right.
Hey, thank you, Way to Wellness, for getting me down a little bit more before I hit the golf course later today. No cookie cutter plan. Everything is designed for you. The program is overseen by board certified professionals. There is no contract. There's no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free. That's with Leslie and her board certified team. Listen, I didn't go to them to start with to lose weight. I went to them and I said, listen, my blood pressure and cholesterol numbers are going wacko right now. I've got to do something. And so the weight loss from 206 to 191 is just an added benefit of getting everything back into line when it comes to my blood pressure and cholesterol. If you've got problems like that or just want to jumpstart your weight loss, just go to their website at planforme.com. Planforme.com, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. All right, some kick times. The one that surprises me the most is where we've moved the Arkansas-Missouri actual kick time.
Yeah, I guess it's a little bit later, right? Wasn't it a 1:30 Central kick on CBS?
Usually it was 2:30 is the normal CBS window, but on Fridays they always moved it to 1:30.
You never know why they did that.
Yeah, which was always precarious for when I was on CBS 42 because I did the 5 o'clock news on Black Friday. And usually was at the side of the Iron Bowl back in TV window, because the Iron Bowl was on Saturday, and it was always that 5 o'clock was precarious because that game would run long all the time. Well, you can forget you forget the 5 and 6 on CBS now.
So first of all, this was rumored that Missouri wanted to move that South Dakota game up to Thursday. They have in fact done that. So we've got another Thursday game, South Dakota at Missouri, Thursday, August 31st. That's going to be a 7 o'clock Central Time kick on SEC Network. Florida, that'll go head-to-head with Florida and Utah.
Yep.
I think I'll be watching Florida, Utah, but South Dakota, Missouri is going to be a Thursday night game.
But that was important. So the SEC Network would have a game on that opening Thursday night.
And Missouri wanted it moved.
Yeah. Does Tennessee... Do they play opening Thursday night this year?
I don't know that it has been announced, but they have been doing that traditionally of late. I'll check and see, Dunaway, real quick if it's announced.
Yeah.
Because I was trying to remember also who Missouri is playing week 2. It seemed like there was a reason they wanted that game. Is it Kansas State, I think, maybe?
Maybe.
That they've got week 2. First of all, Tennessee, I don't believe it has been announced yet, but they play Virginia. No. They play Virginia. That's Saturday.
That's a Saturday
Yeah,
game.
that's right.
It's
But
actually one of the better.
Yeah.
It's in Nashville, yeah.
Yeah, it is in Nashville, one of the better Saturday games. Middle Tennessee is who Kansas State's not until week 3 for Missouri. So I'm not sure why they wanted to move that game up to Thursday, but they did.
Yeah, TV exposure.
Yeah, I mean, good for them. Ole Miss, Mississippi State, Egg Bowl, right there where it's always been, 6:30 Central ESPN kick on Thanksgiving night.
But that's official now. That was
It is
an
official.
announcement.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes.
So Thanksgiving night Egg Bowl, as we have become accustomed to, 6:30 Central Time kick. I think that's the normal time it has kicked on Thanksgiving night. And then, as you mentioned, Jim, Missouri, Arkansas will be Black Friday, as it has traditionally been, but it is now going to be a 3 o'clock Central Time kick instead of a 1:30. On Black Friday, you've got the NFL Amazon game, Miami and the Jets at 2 o'clock. We learned yesterday you're going to have a primetime NBC game, Michigan State, Penn State from Ford Field in Detroit. I think we said that was a 7 o'clock Central kick, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess they're kind of trying to wedge this one in between those two. You're going to go head-to-head with the NFL game, no matter when you play it.
I took it, Brown, as possibly CBS sliding another Big Ten game or a military game
at 11.
At 11, yeah.
Okay, maybe so. Yeah,
because they do that sometimes to manipulate the schedule, or maybe they've got, I think they have a Conference USA. I don't know what all CBS Sports Network has that maybe they would slide it over to main CBS and just make it a day of football or a basketball game.
Yeah, now that they've got the they're committed to the 2:30 Saturday window for the Big Ten moving forward, but they also were with the SEC and they did this Black Friday game. So maybe that's something you'll get in the future with CBS is they're open to doing a Black Friday Big Ten game. So anyway, that's a 3 o'clock kick. So we've got 3 SEC kick times officially now today to add to the ones we already had.
Yeah. So South Dakota, Missouri, now part of an opening Thursday night after week 0 that includes NC State at UConn on the CBS Sports Network. Now that may not seem good, but UConn was not bad last year, and NC State's replacing a quarterback. It's at UConn, so we'll watch it. And South Dakota, Missouri, that's the only 2 official games we have on that Thursday right now that have a kick time and a network.
We don't have a kick time for Florida, Utah yet, or is it just announced that it was moved to Thursday?
It's not on my list that I'm looking at, but it has been announced. I assume it will
7
be
o'clock
ESPN, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock is what it's got to be. Goose says he thought Penn State was one of the schools that do not play late-season primetime games. I think they are. This is a Michigan State home game.
And they're moving it indoors.
To Ford Field, and I think this was Michigan State doing a solid for the Big Ten to help them out of this situation.
We do have a Friday night that opening weekend that's been announced, Louisville and Georgia Tech at Mercedes-Benz Stadium on ESPN. And then Colorado opening with TCU's the Fox Big Noon kickoff on that opening weekend. You got West Virginia and Penn State. It's a main primetime NBC, 6:30 in that opening weekend. And you got LSU Florida State, which is that really hot Sunday window on ABC at 6:30, which has become one of the higher rated games every year.
By the end of the season, that's almost always in the top 10 of the TV ratings. That is a great TV window for college football that ESPN and ABC have realized, boy, if we'll just continue putting big names there, we'll get a massive rating for it.
And Clemson and Duke ends that Labor Day weekend on Monday night at Duke. Mike Elko coming off a great year. Mike Elko throwing a shot at a couple of ACC teams yesterday. We'll talk about that later. But when we come back, Kennington Smith III, he's our new friend who's with The Athletic. He'll join us to talk Alabama football after Brownie tells us about our friends at Precision Sports, getting you back in the game. Injuries are something we're keeping an eye on as we get ready for tonight's NBA game, Miami at Boston. Everybody's about as healthy as you can be this time of year. Boston trying to stay alive tonight, 7:30 on TNT.
Hey, listen, if you've had a recent injury, maybe it was just exercising, going a little too hard as the weather has warmed up, some of that spring cleaning, the injury still sticking around, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics is here to help you out. 9 locations, the Birmingham Metro. You can make an appointment by calling 855-219-6200, 855-219-6200, or PrecisionSportsOrtho.com. That's PrecisionSportsOrtho.com. We talk Bama football next.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Wherever you get our podcasts, including Apple and Spotify and our friends at Odyssey, you can go back and listen to Justin Hokanson, Auburn Live on 3 Sports yesterday. Some really interesting stuff about the reforming, the reworking of the Auburn roster by Hugh Freeze. Welcome in our audience live on TuneIn Radio, iHeart, and, of course, on all our video platforms. We're about to talk some Alabama football. It was good to hear from Nick Saban this week as he was in town for Nick's Kids as well. Over $12 million raised by he and Terry for Nick's Kids. But back from Italy, Coach looked refreshed and looked very happy to be talking football again.
He did. So several months ago when our colleague here, Aaron Suttles, Aaron does shows with us, obviously left the Athletic. It left a void there. They need somebody to keep you updated on Alabama football. So they did a national search, and the guy that came up is Kennington Smith III, who is with us now from the Athletic, new to the Alabama beat. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Kennington, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm great. How are y'all?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I believe you were covering Iowa before this. If I am not correct, I may have missed a stop somewhere. Am I right about that?
Yeah, that's right. Des Moines Register covering University of Iowa football and men's basketball.
Yeah. So just to kind of pull back the curtain here, I mean, what makes you say, okay, this is a good gig, but hey, this Alabama gig's open. I'd like to go cover the Tide.
Yeah, I mean, just look at who Alabama is in the college football landscape, the premier program in the sport. I'm from Atlanta originally, so proximity to home was obviously a big factor. And then working for a company like The Athletic, I like how they tell stories. I think what they like to do in terms of coverage and where my interests are aligned. So when you put all those combinations together, it made for a perfect fit. So I did love my time in Iowa, but I thought this was a great opportunity, and I'm ready to dive head first and ready to get rolling here.
I thought we were all going to make a joke about he wanted to come watch touchdowns on Saturday instead of the offense he left behind at Iowa.
Yeah, well, that's also another part of it too.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a line at the end of the field, and when the ball crosses it, the team gets 6 points. So you're going to want to adjust, for that.
You can't write those offensive stories at halftime when you're covering Alabama. So as you settle into a new job like this, you're leaving one legend and you're coming to cover another. And Nick Saban's, I don't know how Kirk is, but Nick Saban's style in news conferences he's very informative, I've always found. He can be a little rough sometimes. Are you looking forward to just covering a living legend who's won 7 national championships too?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, anybody who's grown up in the South and is a fan of college football, Nick Saban is intertwined in your fandom in one way or another. So just to be able to be up close to him, learn from him, talk to him, get a chance to work with him is a really exciting opportunity. Him and Kirk, I feel like, are somewhat similar in how they run their pressers. Kirk doesn't really have those, I guess, notorious rants that might end up on your Twitter timeline from time to time. But I'm looking forward to all of that part of interacting with Nick Saban and anything that comes with it. So I didn't get a question in at this first availability. He only took a handful, but the next time I'll be ready for him.
So it's at The Athletic, obviously, and it's Kennington Smith at Skinny Kenny _ on Twitter is where you find him, at Skinny Kenny _ I think friends call him Kenny. I assume we're friends now, so we can go with Kenny, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Is that all right? Is that all right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so you're catching Alabama football, though, at a unique time. This is a team that, had some challengers, but had been able to control the SEC for the large part of the last decade. Here's Georgia now, who looks like they have kind of taken that mantle, and all of a sudden everybody's starting to question Alabama. Can they get to 10 wins? Can they win 11 games? They don't have the roster. Who's going to play quarterback? I mean, it is a very interesting time in Alabama football.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you have a program that's been on top for so long, there are people that just want to find those holes in the armor as much as they can. And I think this Alabama team kind of allows for that type of conversation. And they did just win the national championship in 2020. It feels like forever in Alabama years, I guess, since they've been at that point, but missed the playoffs last year, didn't win the West last year. And to your point, you look at the SEC, Georgia is on top right now. LSU is going to be a formidable opponent. Texas is coming into the SEC, and they played Alabama tough last year, and they're on the schedule, and Tennessee as well. So on top of the fact that you have question marks about the roster, there are several teams on the schedule that if they haven't beaten Alabama in the last year, they've played them, really close. And that allows for a lot of speculation about how good or how many wins Alabama is going to win this year. So really interesting time to be around the program. And I'm really intrigued to see what happens this year. I think this is going to be one of the more intriguing years that Saban's had there at Alabama, just because of the question marks around the team and, the questions about the ceiling and how good the team can be.
For the fans that will be reading your work at The Athletic, I think they'd be interested, like I am, about this question. When you take a job like this and you have a program like Alabama, do you try to learn this roster first, and you try to learn about this team first, and then you start branching out and go with the nuance of the Saban dynasty and then back to the history of Alabama football? Or do you go history of Alabama football, Saban dynasty to this team? Do you work this team out or outside in as you're starting to learn? Because I grew up with it. So I've got 50 plus years of Alabama knowledge. How do you go about learning all that is entwined in Alabama football?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, but personally, I started inside out with this team first. So even before I got this job, I was watching all of Saban's spring pressers. I watched all the player availabilities on YouTube. I watched the A-Day game several times. So really wanted to learn this roster and what was going to be important about this year specifically, and then start to build out and kind of learn that nuance that you were speaking to. Like I said, I am from the state of Georgia, so I have some recollection of who Alabama has been over the last, 15 or so years. So I know about players and I know about trends in certain things to a certain degree. I'm not a full-on expert, but I do have a little bit of outside knowledge. So being able to use that and build off of that, I think is going to be helpful. But for me personally, I really wanted to sink my teeth into this year's team and provide some really good coverage and some perspective on, what I think about the team coming into the beat and then working my way from there.
What'd you make of Tyler Buckner? I mean, I'm interested, sort of an outsider, now insider, when you see a program like Alabama bring in a veteran quarterback at the 11th hour. What was your first thought?
Yeah, I think the first one was it would kind of, raises antennas, right? You have two highly touted quarterbacks in Jalen Milroe and Ty Simpson who have been in the program for multiple years. And Jalen Milroe actually played last year, filled in for Bryce Young, and started against Texas A&M and won. And they go through an entire spring practice, and Nick Saban and the coaching staff felt the need to go and add something to this competition. And Alabama is not like other teams in college football that add players just to add depth or add players just to add a guy. They're at a premium in the sport to where if they add somebody in the transfer portal, they legitimately believe that they could potentially start and contribute something to the offense. So from that lens, it does raise an antenna. And I went back and I watched all of Tyler Buckner's games from last year, and there are some things to like. I like his temperament. I like his mentality. He doesn't get rattled by his mistakes. He obviously has a element of mobility to him, and under pressure, he has shown an ability to make accurate throws. I think on the flip side, the turnovers are concerning. I think there are points where he kind of stares down his first read and doesn't go through his progressions, and that's when he finds himself into trouble. Needs to work on, taking that extra step forward in the pocket to deliver stronger throws. But I think this is somebody who, has the potential to come in and continuing to learn under Tommy Rees, can add something to this quarterback competition. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they split first team reps between three guys who seemingly are a part of the competition. That's pretty rare, especially at a school that plays at the high level like Alabama does. So those are kind of my impressions of Tyler Buckner. I think it's going to be a highly competitive competition, and I expect this to play out, into the fall and maybe even into the early part of the season.
Kenny Smith, Athletic, with us at @SkinnyKenny_, at @SkinnyKenny_ is where you follow him on Twitter. Read his work at The Athletic as he covers Alabama, and he's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline with the spring meetings coming up down in Destin next week. What interests you more if you could be inside those meetings? The scheduling format of football, or what they talk about as it relates to a future expansion with the Southeastern Conference and the other conferences?
Yeah, I think the scheduling is what intrigues me the most, and how exactly is it going to look in this new SEC? When you look across the college football landscape, people have floated around the ideas of an open-ended conference where you take the top two teams, continuing with divisions, maybe going into a pod system where you break it up into 4 or 5 team brackets. And who are going to be the permanent opponents? I know that, Nick Saban wasn't too pleased with the projection of who their permanent opponents are going to be. So how the SEC is going to bring in Texas and Oklahoma, how they're going to kind of intertwine them with what they have going on, and what's the new landscape going to look like in the SEC. So that's really where my attention lies going into meetings. And I think that's going to be a major storyline whenever those scheduling and the permanent opponents becomes finalized.
Has the state of Alabama treated you well so far? Have you enjoyed your little time here, finding everything? I know you grew up in Atlanta, so we deep fry everything here. So yeah.
It's been cool. So I'll have to thank the subscribers that I inherited from Aaron Suttles at The Athletic. Everybody's been really nice, really welcoming, seem to be receptive to the things that I've done so far. And Alabama fans know ball. So, it's been good to kind of, hear their perspective and kind of, apply what they want to see out of coverage, and, using the perspective that they give and the context that they give into some of my writing, people who have been on social media that have followed me so far have been welcoming as well. And I like the area that I'm living in. I'm in Northport. So, nice area. The food's been good so far. So I've only been out here for a few weeks, so I have a lot more to see. But early days out here in Alabama have been really fun.
He mentioned social media. His personal Twitter account at @SkinnyKenny_, at @SkinnyKenny_. Of course, The Athletic is where you find Kenny Smith's work there as he covers Alabama. Great talking with you. Good to get to know you, and we look forward to having you on in the future again.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks so much for having me on, and anytime y'all call, I'll be here. So I'm looking forward to more conversations.
You bet. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
All right, thank you.
All right, that is Kennington Lloyd Smith III. Kenny Smith, his friends call him. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. More college football in this segment. But first, let me tell you that college football in the fall is going to be no fun if you're stuck at home repairing roof problems or water damage from a bad roof. Let Greg Nelson prevent that from happening right now by giving you a free, no-cost roof inspection. Absolutely free, no obligation. Just call his cell number right now, 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or you can text that number right there and let Greg Nelson know that you're interested in that free no-cost roof inspection. You can look him up on Facebook, too, Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Storm Restoration Roofing has been locally owned now for over 20 years. He and his wife, Greg and his wife, own the company, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. That's because they have unbelievable customer service. They do great work. They have great warranties, and they work great with the insurance companies as well. You cannot beat that portfolio when it comes to roof repairs and roof prevention, problems with your roof, preventing that from happening. Right now, that free no-cost roof inspection, find out if you got a loose, shingle or something like that up there, and stop that water from intruding your home. It's going to cost you thousands of dollars. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or Greg from Pell City on Facebook, and Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg right now saying, call and schedule now, folks. I don't want to miss any football either. I see what he's doing there. He wants to get up on your roof and take care of it now so he can be ready on Saturdays to sit back and watch a little football. We had some kick times announced earlier. A couple of other things out there. One of them involves Georgia. Georgia, if I said Alabama at one point was linebacker U for a brief moment, Ohio State now being considered a wide receiver U. Mm-hmm. When you think of Georgia, you think of what? Traditionally, running backs. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, traditionally, I think really, really good running backs. Always seems like Georgia is just stocked at running back. They got 2 or 3 deep that are NFL guys. So I would say historically Georgia has been running back U. One of the best players in the country is their tight end, Brock Bowers. Mm-hmm. Last recruiting cycle, they brought in another 5-star tight end. For the 2024 cycle, yesterday, the third best tight end in America, the top tight end who's uncommitted right now, 4-star tight end Jaden Riddell, picks Georgia over Tennessee, Alabama, Notre Dame, and Oregon. So they are stacking up 5, 5, and 4-star tight end recruits. Tight end U. Georgia. It is tight end U right now. And his reason for choosing Georgia, I feel like I can compete for a championship there. It feels like the sexiest thing you can get right now is a tight end. The way they're using them in the NFL, it just feels like, and not every school uses them the way they use them in the NFL, obviously, but the way they're using them a lot in the NFL now, it's like almost every football fan, I want to be good at receiver, I want to be good at, obviously, at quarterback and at running back and offensive line, but, man, if we could have a Travis Kelce type tight end, if we could have what Gronk used to be, if we could have a tight end like that can line up off the line of scrimmage, not attached to the line of scrimmage. He's not just basically a glorified offensive tackle, and be a matchup nightmare. Be a guy that runs with the speed of the receiver but has the side of a tight end. It's like everybody wants one of those, and they may only touch it 4 or 5 times a game. But what they do to defenses that have to know what this guy's doing every play is what doesn't show up in a box score. Brooks over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, 4 locations, not just your tires, bumper-to-bumper service. The only school I can remember being called tight end U was Miami in the early 2000s. That's the Jeremy Shockey days, right? Yeah, Jeremy Shockey was a great college tight end, obviously. But they had several that run through. That's a good one. Yeah, I don't think of
you know, when you think of great college tight ends, it's just such a different position now. I mean, so often a great college tight end over the last 30 years blocked a ton and caught 3 balls a game, maybe had 4 touchdowns a season. And that was a really good college tight end. It's just a different position now.
Kellen Winslow Jr., part of that group
he was a soldier.
Good memory there, Brooks and Matthew, over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, where we always love your input there. We'll remember Tina Turner in just a second after Brownie tells us about Gutter Cap and get Rockstar's thoughts. My son mentioned it when I got home. He just was on social media when I got back from hanging out with Brownie, and he was like, the queen of rock and roll died. And I instantly went, ooh, Aretha Franklin died years ago. And he was like, Dad, Aretha Franklin was not the queen of rock and roll. Tina Turner was. So we'll remember Tina Turner in just a second. Much like his dad, he had read a story. He's not a Tina Turner fan.
He didn't know who that was. Patented aluminum cover system fitting most existing gutters and keeping out debris and eliminate gutter cleaning is what you get at Gutter Cap. And it is backed with a lifetime warranty. Almost 20 years of service in the Birmingham area. So they got a great record here. What they do is they get on that roof one more time, climb that ladder one more time, clean out those gutters one last time. Then they cap it, and you never have to worry about it again. Keeps you off those dangerous ladders so you don't fall off, break the neck, and die. You don't want to do that. You're not good to anybody if that happens. GutterCapBirmingham.com keeps that from happening. Stay off those dangerous ladders forever. Call C-Stu, 823-2212. That's 205-823-2212 for Gutter Cap.
Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin. Thank you for that, Jack. I knew she was the queen of something. But Tina Turner passes away. All I have, Rockstar, was What's Love Got to Do with It. And
you're simply the best, man.
Simply the Best was her?
Better than all the rest.
She recorded that first?
I don't know if she recorded that first, but she did. Proud Mary was their biggest thing with her and Ike. An amazing entertainer with a huge longevity. Suffered. They had a documentary on HBO that came out, I think, last year called Tina. I never saw it, but it was supposed to be really sad. This was her saying, like, goodbye. I'm getting out of the limelight. Like, you're not going to see me again until I pass, pretty much.
Sadly, one of the things you think about with her was spousal abuse from Ike, right?
Yeah, and he died, 15, 16 years ago?
Something like that, yeah.
I remember the story was he used to hit her with phone books so it wouldn't bruise.
Jeez.
I mean, like, he was all out there. But she was an amazing entertainer. Sad to see, and there's a picture, like her last picture, and that's really sad. I think it was on the Daily Mail, the last known picture of her, and it's just depressing to see somebody like just fade away like that.
But Proud Mary was, am I right, 1970 I'm seeing here, and What's Love Got to Do with It was 1984. That's 14 years.
Yeah, she was also
between those.
She was in Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome. She played the bad guy.
Right.
Great role. Tina Turner was great, man.
I wonder if, like, when we try to put people in perspective, in sports, it's championships won. In music, you can do Grammys. In acting, you can do Academy Awards. But also in music, Rockstar, do you think, if you just talk about overall popularity of an artist, if you say, they performed in a Super Bowl halftime, to me, that carries a lot of weight.
Yeah, I can't remember.
That shows you're a very popular artist.
And she played in 2000, and I can't remember. I saw this, that Tina Turner was the first black artist and first female on the cover of Rolling Stone in 1967.
Yeah, 1967.
Yeah, that's a long time.
And again, the hits I knew her for were not until the mid-'80s. So I understand why she got the label Queen of Rock and Roll. It says here that Turner began her career with Ike Turner's Kings of Rhythm in 1957. And she was really cranking out the hits in the 80s.
Yeah. Now, I think as I read, Tina did it pregame, Rockstar. That may be why you don't remember in the Super Bowl. She did Proud Mary pregame, and it was the one over in Atlanta at the old Georgia Dome.
Wade in quickly with an old Tina Turner T-shirt. I saw Tina at the BJCC in 1986. I still have the T-shirt, and he shows the T-shirt there on our Twitter feed. Thank you for the input there. Brooks, Tina or CCR's Proud Mary version? So I assume it was Tina's song, Tina and Ike's, and CCR covered it, or the other way around?
I don't know. Hers was so upbeat when they do so slow, and then they really kick it in with the horns and everything. That's a cover we do in Party of the Year, and it's real fun to do.
It was written by John Fogerty.
So Creed's Third Order of Arbor.
Yeah, that was CCR, John Fogerty. So CCR was the original, and so Tina and them. But you're right. When she gets going in that song, she was on. You'd see video of her singing it on stage, and she really started moving around. Tina Turner passing away.
Interesting. It hit number 2 for CCR, and it only hit number 4 for Tina and Ike. But I'm with you. I think Tina and Ike did the better version of it. Yeah.
Oh, they really.
Now they did win a. They amped it up and what?
They didn't slow it down, but they amped it up and
sadly
sped it up.
They did win a Grammy for it.
Sadly, in my college years and shortly after college, when I would there used to be these things called gentlemen's club, strip clubs back in the day. Sadly, in my times of going to those establishments, Tina was a very popular played song with 2 things: "What's Love Got to Do with It" and "Private Dancer." So Tina Turner was often played where the $1 tips were flying around. And that's how I was introduced to Tina Turner.
Oh, good. Mine was Mad Max because I was a kid when that came out.
Yeah. There's a reason why I'm not giving the eulogy in the funeral coming up. And that's
clearly, I don't think the Turner family.
That is that right there. All right. When we come back, Rockstar's got our 4 downs today. So we will open up the mind of Rockstar and go down that road coming up in the next segment. Buster Olney joins us in the final hour of the show to talk baseball. After another great night of baseball last night. Day baseball today starts off with Blue Jays in Tampa Bay. The Rays at 12:10 on the Major League Baseball Network, part of the getaway day today. But we'll update you with baseball with Buster at 12 noon. The show being brought to you in part right now by our friends at Roback. I've got the pullover here. I'm about to take this off here in a second.
Getting a little too hot in here?
It's dialed in perfectly now, so I was a little chilly this morning. But I've got the new Next Round coffee flowing through me. But you look for the iconic logo here. You save 20% on your first order, Brown, if you use what? Promo code TNR20?
That is correct. TNR20 saves 20% at Roback.com. Roback.com on that first order. Great savings right there with TNR20 and get great gear. I love the gear they have sent us.
Yeah, I mean, Father's Day is coming up.
Oh,
if the
great
ladies
idea.
are watching, it's time to use TNR20 and go get some great gear and buy a bunch of it, because the more you buy, the more you actually save with that first time 20% off with using our promo code TNR20. We recommend the hoodies a lot. This is a quarter zip, but LT and Rockstar rock some really cool hoodies. That'll be my next purchase from them, will be hoodies. Right there at Roback.com, right? Roback.com. TNR20, the promo code. We're back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
You want to look great while supporting your favorite show? You know the place to go is the official Next Round store at nextround.store. Yes, there are .store domains, and we have one. From shirts to hoodies to hats and all kinds of fun stuff, you can rep the Next Round anywhere you go. At the beach, Next Round hats to block out that sun. Up north in the winter, get you a comfy Next Round hoodie. Just need something to put your $20 beer in at a game? Get you a Next Round koozie and throw that thing in your pocket. You never know what stuff Jim's going to make me put in there next. Check it out. It's the Next Round store at nextround.store.
Spring weather is here, and our friends at Hemp Hill Services are offering a $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. That's 205-229-2090, hemphillservices.com.
The next round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
NextRound.store, easy way to go buy our new released coffee with Next Round on the label. NextRound.store, NextRound.store. Pick up gear and everything as well, like that T-shirt that's on the LT mannequin today, or that I Love You Blue hat that's up there. That's our friends right there, NextRound.store. Everybody there ready to ship stuff out to you this Memorial Day weekend or for Father's Day. That's coming up very soon. Over in the chat room, Tripp says Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome still holds up. Do you believe that to be true, Rockstar?
I have not seen it in forever. I just remember Mel Gibson. I remember that fight on bungee cords with in the dome was just super interesting.
Is that when they were riding through the desert on those made up like?
Yeah, that's all of the Mad Maxes.
Yeah, so that's
water is a item that everybody needs, and
it's
they
a commodity.
Can't find. Yeah, it's a hot topic.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you might be thinking of the remake. They recently made another one.
No, I remember the original, and I remember Tina Turner being in there.
But I think the most recent one was just a 2.5-hour race through the desert, wasn't it, basically?
It was really, you always look at me, the cinematography on it was amazing. It was really cool. It was almost like a ballet with the way they did the cars and everything.
Yeah.
So I thought that was cool. And it was a good movie, but you can't understand Tom Hardy. And Charlize Theron was in it. That was good. But
Charlize Theron was in it. Yeah.
What is it? Theron. She says it sounds like heron. Charlize Theron was in it. It was a good movie.
David Bowie, was he in it?
This Fury Road one? Or the
Mad Max Thunderdome?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I'll have to look it up. It's been a long time.
Were there a weird character that looked like David Bowie in it?
I think you're thinking of Labyrinth, maybe?
No, maybe. I don't know. Let's get to our 4 downs today. Brought to you by our friends at Slice Pizza. 4 great locations. So 4 downs, 4 great locations. That includes the new one in Crestline, Lakeview, Vestavia, and at Montevallo. And our new one coming soon to Homewood. The great folks right there at Slice. Great place to go by and pick up a slice of their specialty pizzas and a salad, 2 slices and a salad every day for lunch. They've got specials there. Pick up the whole pizza. Love the Hot Mama. Love the spicy Hawaiian. Brown loves the Little Miss Piggy. What's it called?
That's LT that loves the Little Miss Piggy Tail
Ooh,
Trail.
Big Suey, something like that.
Little Miss Piggy went to the market.
And then Brownie loves the soul pie.
The soul pie, yes, sir.
As he jumps in here, it's Sliced Pizza for 4 downs and 4 great locations.
Why am I jumping in?
Hit it, Rockstar.
First down.
Brown, you can answer these too if you want to jump in.
Can I jump in here, Rockstar, to have
What
permission?
Dunaway, what are you a little too defensive about?
I'm going to let Jim go.
I mean, I got so much. We don't have enough time. It's only a 4-hour show.
Well, Lance isn't here, so you can answer for him, too.
Oh, I'm defensive about a lot of things. Being included. I get defensive about being included.
Yeah, but there's some things. It's the kind of your inclusion a lot is. I'm not going to your wedding, but you better invite me.
No.
I don't want to go to
no.
your birthday party.
No.
I don't want to go to your pool party, but I better have an invite.
No.
I think that's true.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
So if you say you and Maggie are going out of town this weekend for Memorial Day, and then Reed says, hey, a bunch of us were getting together for the pool thing, and you hear us all talking about, why don't you invite me? Well, you've already said you're going out of town. Well, I can't go, but I still want to be invited.
No. In that situation, that would have been okay if I'd already predetermined. Like, for instance, when I was going to Arizona and then we started planning events around while I was out of town, didn't bother me because I already gone to Arizona. But there are things that happen up here. I'm like, oh, I wish I'd have been included in that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, inclusion is...
The pizza party we had the other day?
Is probably the thing I get most defensive about.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the Miami Dolphins, like, I make fun of them, but when other people make fun of them, it does bother me a little bit. I got to be honest with you.
You don't like the Tua jokes?
The Tua jokes, I am very defensive about Tua. I will own that. I mean, y'all could probably tell me what I'm defensive about. Y'all see it more than I do.
Well, I've been told to tap down a little of our inside business up here, so I won't. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, what am I defensive about? Don't I go and say it?
Well, I mean, scheduling in a meeting, we got pretty defensive the other day about that.
Yeah, you barked at me.
You barked at Rockstar.
Again, you can either complain about things or you can make the effort to change them.
Okay.
That was my only point. A lot of complaining about that. So
no, was it? It was a question.
Oh, there was a lot of complaining. Yeah, there was a lot of complaining.
You got to understand. I had a point. I think.
Yeah, your point was wrong, but there was a lot of complaining. So I was just like, hey, you take it by the horns, man. Bull by the horns there. If you're gonna be that
I do get offended by Lunsford critiquing my golf swing. I did get defensive.
You
about
did
that.
a little bit, yeah.
I get defensive about my gut.
Trip asks, what's more extensive, Rockstar, the unwritten rules of Dunaway or the unwritten rules of baseball?
Unwritten rules of Dunaway. Because even I don't know those.
Yeah.
Even those surprise you.
They change often.
Those are fluid.
But they're passionate.
Yeah.
Second down.
What's your favorite movie that was made specifically for kids?
This is a random movie. I'm going to look it up to see the year it came out. It is called Over the Hedge, 2006.
Yes, I remember.
Have you seen it?
I haven't seen it, but I know
it's really good.
It's
I like
a very funny movie, and one of my daughters liked it, and the other one not so much. But I was happy the one that liked it because we got to watch it several times.
No. That's a really good one because that was wonderful. The Toy Stories, Smuff is saying, was that made specifically for kids?
Well, as a kids, but I don't think they were playing. The demographic was kids, and parents and adults will enjoy it.
Those
but it's
were
made
very
for kids.
good, very good too. There was another animated movie with the penguins.
Madagascar. I like those.
Madagascar. Those were
those are funny
hilarious.
too.
And which one?
Or March of the Penguins or something like that.
What was the king?
Lion King?
No,
the king of Madagascar.
Oh,
yeah. It was.
What animal was he?
He was a lion, right?
No, was he not a?
You're talking about the
the long-tailed.
I like to move it.
The lynx. He wasn't a lynx, was he? No.
I never saw it.
Not a meerkat.
A lemur.
A lemur.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
it was
Chris.
definitely
Thank
a lemur.
you.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a funny character.
Yeah,
a funny character.
There's another one, and it's based on. Hang on. It's like a takeoff of Little Red Riding Hood.
Chicken Run says John is good. Encanto.
Hoodwinked is what
Shrek.
Tyler says.
Hoodwinked.
Shrek.
If you've never seen Hoodwinked, if you've got a kid and never seen Hoodwinked, I think they did multiple, but the first one is very, very funny to me. I like that one too.
Heavyweights. Shrek's a good one. Bouncing in.
You know, I tell you what, it's good. One of the good things about having kids, there are a lot of good things about having kids, is I like the animated movies that are made for kids but have adult humor in them that the kids don't get.
They hit their niche. Like in the 80s, they didn't really do it. It was specifically for kids, and you're just like, God, but you couldn't get it. But now they're like, we got to include adult humor too.
Yeah, because it's funny. You'll go watch them in the theater with your kids, and there are parts where you get the kid laugh and the parts where you get the adult laugh. And I've always respect the way they're able to make those.
No, me too. I agree with all those. Maxim on Twitter. I don't think that's a real movie. Little Debbie Does Dallas. That is not.
I'll check it out.
It's about snack cakes.
Yeah.
Third down.
What is the show that you loved at first and then just lost interest in?
Mine
was
was
Sopranos. I still have 4 episodes left. I just quit. I just couldn't do it anymore.
4 episodes from the end?
Yeah, I'm just like,
how do you not want to see how it ends?
That's what I said. I just lost interest.
Huh.
I didn't hate it. I was just like, I just didn't want to finish it.
It's just the opposite for me. I watch a lot of bad stuff. just so I have the closure of finishing it. Though I never am going to finish, I guess. What's the drug?
Breaking Bad.
Breaking Bad. I'm never going to finish it, I guess.
Another one for me is the Jack Ryan thing on Amazon. Like, I've watched, there's been 3 seasons. Really loved the first season.
First season, really good. Second season I didn't like.
Third season, I have 1 episode left. So I have the conclusion, and I've been sitting on it since we've been on tour. Have not watched it.
I watched
One
the
episode
first
left.
season.
First
loved
season
it.
was fantastic.
And I don't think I watched it until you guys said it was good.
Yeah,
So-
it was really good.
So Maggie and I watched first season good, and then we watched episode 1 of the second season.
Not good.
And we
It's
were
just-
like, we're
no.
not going to get into this.
Third one is just as bad as like I.
Yeah,
have not
third
gotten
one
back
is
in.
better than the second, but it's they peaked with their first season. That's their problem. My wife and I watched Man in the High Castle.
That's another one, yeah.
Which was confusing from the jump.
It's a cool concept.
It was a cool concept, but it was confusing from the jump.
Did you finish it?
I don't know if it was season 3 or 4, but it got so confusing. We just punched out. I'm just like, I can't keep up with what's happening here. I don't know where everybody is.
Same way with us. And I'll tell you the episode that really screwed us up. They're running from the past or the future, in the past or future, but they were in a bar, and she runs into the guy who's also a Nazi, and then she has to run from him, and that world too, and it got to be too crazy.
You know, Goose says they tied it up nicely at the end, and I do want to see how it ends. But I mean, I'm telling you, man, it got so confusing.
Well, it's the same thing. Lunched would get offended, but Westworld, that first season was one of the best shows
Oh,
I've ever seen in my life.
another
And then
good one, yes.
Second season, I started watching, and out of nowhere, they end up in the snow with samurais, and I was like, I think I'm out. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, you're right. The first season was fantastic.
It's one of the best seasons I've ever seen.
And the start of
couldn't
the
do it.
second season, like they roll up on some huge murder scene from a different era, right?
Yeah, and they're in the snow. It just changes everything. I was like, this is too much for me.
Yeah. So I too tapped out on that one then, and I would flip around back when it was on HBO and be like, they're in the future now, and I was like, wow, this is. I'm glad I tapped out of that one.
Oh, don't say Lunsford loves this. One of his favorite shows.
Great question.
4th down.
Is there anyone alive?
Oh,
at
wait,
this?
take TV
Okay.
time out. Forrester say, I'm with you on Madman, Chase. So Chase doesn't like Madman either. And then someone says, Sweaty, agree on Madman, kept finding myself asleep when trying to watch it. What are you guys talking about?
I mean, some people like shows, some people don't. I love Mad Men. I thought it was fantastic. But
Forrester. You know,
Forrester's a thumbs down.
I may have been the one that unplugged your microphone.
The Madman.
The good one.
Okay, that one.
That was true. It's 4th down.
It is
4th down.
Is there anyone alive at this moment besides Jim Dunaway that will be remembered 250 years from now?
I mean, I do wonder how we'll deal with presidents then. Like, we've been 250 years since George Washington was president, but he was a pretty important one, right?
Oh, you always remember the first.
Yeah, but are we
You're not
going
gonna
to
remember the
remember, Barack Obama or George W. Bush or Donald Trump or Joe Biden? They're not going to be on money. Well, that's one reason you remember George Washington. He's on money, but money is becoming less. Cash is becoming used less and less and less now.
Less physical.
Yeah, so I don't know how we deal with presidents because, like,
maybe Barack Obama will be on a hologram Bitcoin that will be
could be. You
that
don't
will
know.
be passing
An NFT.
But my example is going to be Franklin Pierce was probably a big deal when he was president.
His son's head got cut off on a train.
Oh,
yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah. Franklin Pierce had a bad time. He was
hanging out.
president for,
Was he hanging out the window?
I don't know. It's just I think he got run over or whatever. He had and he lost.
Okay, he may be a bad example.
No, he's not. But nobody remembers Franklin Pierce.
Okay,
No, you're right.
William H. Taft.
I mean, there is a good chance you could do 5 president or not Jims, and I would go 1 and 4.
Okay, let's go William H. Taft. All right, president, right? Yeah, he was a president. I mean, how often do you think of William H. Taft? He was the most important man in the world at the time he was president.
Well, somebody like Tiger Woods.
Never president. Not president.
He was president. No, he was not, Jim.
I'm 2 for 2.
Henry says Elon Musk. I mean, there will be
Not
an inventor
president.
because, well, no, but I mean, if you think about like Thomas Edison, you remember him because of his inventions.
Right.
If there is a significant invention from this era that 250 years is like, had we not had that invention in 2023, we wouldn't have this right now. I mean, you do wonder.
Like, this became very important at our period of time.
Well, Jim is holding up an iPhone.
Yeah, if you're listening to us.
Yeah.
which, you can go to one of our video platforms and watch us at some point. At some point, we didn't have video. So that was a
Good
pretty big
point.
invention.
Yeah.
But, 250 years from now, you would imagine this is going to be like the old phone that hung in my my trailer with the long cord that I would sneak around the corner to talk to my friends.
10 years from now, people are like, you had to use those things?
But, Chris is right in the chat room. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, without them, I think a lot of people will look back 250 years from now and say that was a pretty big turning point for a lot of people, the ability to have your personal computer.
Yeah.
But you don't think of the first person to fry chicken. You think of Colonel Sanders. Get it?
They're not the same?
No. Well, essentially they are. But I'm just like, one guy's going to get credit for it later down the road that vastly improves the product.
Man, that was two really good questions, 3 and 4 there, that could have a 4-hour show.
I would like to know the invention we're living with right now that 250 years, they'd be like, if it weren't for this. Like, I know when the light bulb came out, I know people are like, man, this is a big deal, but I don't know that people grasp how big a deal it really was.
Well,
maybe they did.
They were afraid of it, too.
Did you watch that movie?
Which one?
What was the Current War?
No, with him and Tesla?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fantastic story, too.
It is a great story. The movie was okay. I just thought the movie was okay.
Yeah.
That's
a lot of dialogue.
4 Downs today, brought to you by our friends at Slice.
Nobody fault.
Slice Pizza, those 4 great locations, and a new one coming to Homewood. But Crestline, also there in Vestavia, Lakeview, the original, and of course down in Montevallo, it is Slice Pizza, local, delicious, and just unique. It's Slice Pizza for lunch, dinner, to go. It's all easy. It's fantastic. Our friends at Slice. When we come back to the sports world, we go with some NFL news. We'll update you from Hoover right now. Texas A&M trying to stay alive against South Carolina. Top of the 5th, the Aggies up on the Gamecocks 4-0. Loser goes home. Alabama and Auburn play after that, coming up at 1 o'clock. Jared says the soul pie is amazing. Yes, it is.
Fantastic.
So, too, is Michelson Laser Vision, helping you get that look back.
They are, Jimmy D. Right now, Lance would be reminding you that he was legally blind, basically, and he got back fighter pilot vision thanks to Michelson Laser Vision and that LASIK surgery that Dr. Mark Michelson and his daughter, Dr. Jennifer Michelson, have been pioneers of. Dr. Mark Michelson has been doing this for years, so they know what they're doing. Go in and get a risk-free evaluation. Let them look at you and just run the test and see if LASIK vision is right for you, if LASIK surgery is right for you to fix your vision. Call Amy, 969-8100. Tell her, Brownie told me I want to get Lance's fighter pilot vision. All right, she'll know what you're talking about. Brownie said I want Lance's fighter pilot vision. Trust me, you do. 969-8100, MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the next round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State Map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store, that's nextround.store, The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store, that's nextround.store.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Coming up at the top of the hour, we will give you one upset that we are projecting here 93 days out, one from each Power 5 conference game, so not like Texas over Alabama or something like that. So that is coming up at the top of the hour. We will get back into the headlines, set the table for Alabama and Auburn, 1 o'clock. You'll hear from Butch Thompson in a second. But first, Brownie, tell us about our friends at Bromberg's. Last day of school for a lot of people today. More graduations yesterday. Great graduation gifts from our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, my little one going to her last day of school. My daughter graduated Tuesday, and with graduation season here, do not forget the perfect piece of Roberto coin jewelry for the special woman in your life. Choose from whimsical diamond and 18-karat gold pieces from the always popular Tiny Treasures collection or exquisite layer necklaces she'll love wearing every day. The expert team of sales associates at Bromberg's ready to help you choose the perfect graduation gift that she will treasure forever. Visit Bromberg's in Mountain Brook and the Summit, or always online, brombergs.com.
LT, by the way, is out in Vegas, and he is up early betting day baseball, I bet. He was very happy that yesterday and today there was a good day baseball slate. So at 12, after we talk to Buster Olney, final hour of the show, should we do a welfare check on Lance, try to get a video with him?
You think, I mean, Lance knows how to do the Zoom. Rockstar, he's done it with us before. So.
He does, to an extent.
But, I mean, are you certain he's awake?
No. It'll be 10:20 that time.
Well, I thought you just said you thought he was up betting day baseball.
That was his plan when he was leaving. Yeah. He looked ahead, and yesterday and today's day baseball slate excited him.
Our friend Matt Smith, SouthernPigskin.com, suggested a tagline for Next Round Coffee. We have launched Next Round Coffee today. Coffee's so good, it will make Lance bet 11 a.m. games.
Oh, remember, he doesn't bet 11 a.m. football games.
Ooh.
It's so good that it made Lance start betting 11 a.m. games again for Matt Smith. That's his proposed tagline for Next Round Coffee.
Next Round Coffee. It's so good, it made Lance start betting 11 a.m. games again. You can get it at nextround.store. Click the link and get in. Each bag packaged specifically when you order it, so it's fresh when it arrives at your doorstep. So made to deliver right there, nextround.store. Go ahead and order our new coffee brand right there. Alabama and Auburn baseball today, 1 o'clock out at the Met, following the South Carolina-Texas A&M elimination game. It's an elimination game for Alabama and Auburn, too, because last night Vandy beat Auburn 6-4, and then Florida came back from a 6-3 hole in the bottom of the 11th and walked Alabama off 7-6. So those two play each other today. Both are easily in the NCAA tournament. Both are in the conversation to be hosting an opening round regional next week. But today could be a big factor in deciding if only one of them gets it, who gets it, how it impacts the RPI. Maybe something on the line at 1 o'clock. Auburn and Alabama today at the Met in the SEC tournament. Here's Butch Thompson of Auburn.
What does it mean, another edition of the Iron Bowl this time for elimination?
Yeah, That's the way it's supposed to be. So that's good. I just 3 minutes after a ball game, I'm still trying to find out ways to get through and navigate today. But we'll get to bed and get up here and get ready to fight. But it'll be awesome to play. They've had a great year, and I think it's a great roster they have. We need to bounce back. So we're learning lessons. We're learning more about our team every day we play.
All right. That is Butch, 1 o'clock. Forster sending me Kendall Rogers update.
Oh, here we go.
Guy from Division I Baseball.
That's right. D1baseball.com. I like him.
New projections coming out shortly. If you're a bubble team, you should feel good for now. If you're a bottom tier host, watch out.
Yeah, so
what does that mean?
Well, that means, I'm assuming he would have Alabama and Auburn in the bottom tier host category as a host site. He had both of them hosting a regional in his last projection, if I remember correctly. So I'm assuming Kendall might be saying, if you're one of those teams that is just barely on the host line, bad news for you. So we'll see when his next projection comes out soon.
So that goes back to what Forrester said pre-show, trying to produce the show, not that I get defensive about it, saying that he thinks Alabama and Auburn may be playing for, advantage over the other to be a host in today's 1 o'clock game. A little juice in the stadium.
Yeah, but it would be weird if it came down to this one game, right? You've got a whole season of data, and you're going to, one neutral site game in Hoover, Alabama, when Auburn was up till 2 in the morning. And, I don't know. That just seems like, I guess you
Alabama won the regular season series, 2 games to 1.
Yeah, so do you put more weight in this or more weight in the regular season
Just
series?
saying, for Auburn, that would would even things up if they won today.
Well, it would.
They played 4 games, they're split. So now you go to something else. Auburn's schedule, I believe, is a tad tougher. But
Alabama's RPI is better. I think Alabama and Auburn are the same exact team.
Maybe so.
They are. The records are just about identical. You said Auburn, you think, played a tad tougher schedule. Alabama's RPI is a little bit better. They're pretty much the same exact team to me. Alabama took the series 2-1 in the regular season. If Auburn came back and won today, you'd be 2-2. It would be the same exact team to me.
Great taglines rolling in here. Brown will tell you about Dr. B in a second. But first, Jared, Next Round Coffee, even Dunaway's impressed. John, with coffee this good, it's always time for another round of Next Round. Someone said, Next Round Coffee, so good you don't mind 7 a.m. Leaf blowers. That was a good one as well. Very good stuff rolling in. We'll get Brown maybe to accumulate a few of those coming up later in the show. Dr. B made LT's hair look good for Vegas. Can make your hair come back as well.
He can. Dr. Beckenstein is the man we were talking about here. Lance set up a consultation with Dr. B and his team when he realized that that hair was thinning just a little bit when he saw it on camera here. They go in and perform genetic testing, determining the best course of treatment, and the results were fantastic. Dr. Beckenstein and Lance had a virtual meeting to go over the options. Lance chose the non-invasive laser treatment, and that's going to increase the thickness and health of Lance's hair. It already has, up 114% from when they started this. Think about that now. That's amazing. Dr. B takes pride in treating each patient personally. He's got great expertise as well. He's been doing this for more than 20 years, and men and women, it's not just for men here, men and women have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. Dr. B is ready to use this experience, this advanced training to help all of you fully understand procedures you are considering. Just call Dr. B today. Get that free consultation, 205-319-0316. What's it going to hurt? If that hair's letting go a little bit, see if he can help you. 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net. That is T3hair.net.
We'll talk college football coming up at the top of the hour. Brown's going to pick 5 upsets that he thinks is possible. It could be the biggest upsets in each of the Power 5 conferences. I've got 5 as well. A name change yesterday for a program known mostly for its basketball, George Washington. No longer the Colonials. They wanted to move away from the ties to colonialism and some of the stuff that went with that back in the day, including slavery. So the university moving away from George Washington Colonials, they are now the Revolutionaries. Moving from the Colonials to the Revolutionaries.
Probably will offend the British.
Well, I do know that during the Revolutionary War, slavery was still there too.
It was.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
part of George Washington's world. But they chose the Revolutionaries over Blue Fog. I think the school is located in a neighborhood or part of a region known as Foggy Bottom.
Oh, okay, so the George Washington Blue Fog. It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, they did not choose that one. The Ambassadors, the Sentinels, they went Revolutionaries. There was a big online push for the Hippos.
Oh, God. I hate it when they do those things. So I don't know. Are they going to have a mascot, you think? Is it going to be like the soldier?
It's going to stay the same. It's going to be George Washington in a colonial uniform or a revolutionary uniform.
Okay.
So not changing the mascot, just changing the name from colonials to revolutionaries, which may be the most syllables in a mascot, right?
Revolutionaries. That's a lot.
How many syllables is that? Revolutionaries.
That would... I think you added too many.
Did I? I'm from the South.
Revolution. It's like Ernest T.
6?
Bass counted down.
6?
How do you do, Mr. Wiley?
That is really good.
I didn't even know you had watched the Andy Griffith Show.
I've seen maybe 3 or 4 episodes, but I just remember that one going.
You've nailed that. It's even the name.
Yeah.
There's some stuff in my brain that's tattooed.
Yeah, that was a good Ernest T. Bass.
I
I've never
can't
heard
do
you do that.
57 plus 23 in 4 seconds.
I mean, you actually got the phrase exactly right. That's crazy. All right. When we come back, college football, trash, and a lot more today on TNR, being brought to you in part by our friends at New York Butcher Shop. I proposed, a big station party at Forrester's Pool one day and let Brown, grill up the steaks. If you were grilling up the steaks, where would you get them from?
New York Butcher Shop. Does Forrester have charcoal or gas?
I think he has both. I think he rolls both, but
I have gas.
We've learned that. Yes. But right now in New York Butcher, other than the great steaks, got a couple of Memorial Day stuff going on. Memorial Day ribs this weekend. You get the baby back ribs, the St. Louis spares, and they'll even smoke them for you for an extra charge there. But you need the reservations. You need to call today. Greystone location, 205-703-8825. 703-8825, or the Cahaba Heights location of New York Butcher Shop, 205-970-7300. Or the gym plan, since my wife's out of town and it's just me and the kids, I'm going to get my butt smoked right there.
Yeah, you are.
At New York Butcher Shop. The Hickory Smoked Boston Butt for only $39.99. Make the reservation today. They'll smoke it for you, and you can pick it up. It's all part of the Memorial Day weekend right there with our friends at New York Butcher Shop. Great locations at Greystone and Cahaba Heights. College football is next.
Follow John Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course, and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for non-stop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera. and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call waynes.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, halfway through the show, we move on now to the 11 o'clock hour, always brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. He didn't fry the first chicken, Rockstar, but Sterling fries them better than anybody else.
He mastered it.
That's right. Sterling and the fine folks at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, champyschicken.com. You can do several things there. One, you can check out the menu. You can get catering there. You can pre-order and just go through the easy pickup line without getting out of your car. Southern fried chicken, brined overnight, cooked to order when you're in the restaurant there or when you get a to-go order. There's great sides. There's Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are second to none. The best way to eat a tamales with Sterling and the folks at Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Hand-cut chicken fingers and a lot more. Go by for lunch today, champyschicken.com. Just some headlines quickly before we talk more college football. Last night, the Legion, our soccer team here in Birmingham, which is on the second tier of the USL, beat first tier MLS Charlotte in the round of 16 of the America's Cup, or the U.S. Open, the U.S. Open Cup. And it was in front of 12,722 fans. Now, if you're a soccer fan that's used to packed stadiums, that has not been our history here. We've got good attendance. But last night was a record for us for soccer. 12,722, big night for the Legion. And they pulled the upset over the MLS team. 1-0, Birmingham wins it. And now they advance on to the round of 8 in the U.S. Open Cup. And they will host again, I think I understand this correctly, on June 7th back at Protective Stadium against Beckham's team, Inter Miami. Another MLS team. So we get another chance to maybe even get a bigger crowd at Protective Stadium coming up on June 7th. We'll give you more details than that. Daniel says we actually dominated in the second half, that it was amazing. Henry, it was a great time. Thank you once again for the tickets and the experience. That's Henry, who, thanks to our Coca-Cola experience, was at the game last night. Here's a picture of Henry last night at the game in front of the big Legion soccer ball that they have at the stadium there. Henry, thank you for watching and listening to the show and for heading out to the game last night, supporting the Legion. So way to go. Jay Price says, so does Charlotte get relegated now? Relegated, excuse me.
I wish they did. I wish that's the way this worked.
Yeah. It doesn't work in American soccer like it does over there. But
it'd be more fun if it did.
They advanced to 8. Maybe we'll get to 4. If we beat Miami coming up, but that's coming up June 7th. Also, baseball yesterday at the SEC tournament. Vandy beat Auburn. Florida walked off Alabama. And right now, Texas A&M leading South Carolina 5-0, top of the 6th. That's an elimination game. Auburn and Alabama play at 1 o'clock. That's an elimination game. Florida and Georgia in football exercising their option to keep the cocktail party in Jacksonville in 2024 and in 2025. That's big news today. Missouri and Arkansas once again is going to play on Black Friday. Kick times announced today by CBS. That's at 3 o'clock. Ole Miss and Mississippi State going to once again play the Egg Bowl on Thanksgiving night. That's announced today, 6:30 on ESPN. And it's official, South Dakota and Missouri have moved their Saturday Week 1 game to Thursday night on the SEC Network at 7 o'clock. Those are some of the game announcements today, and those are your headlines. Miami and Boston tonight in the NBA. They'll do Game 5 there. Still Miami needing one more win to move on. But I gave Brown a challenge, if you will, about 5 upsets. Pick one upset that could change the conference race or surprise people in each Power 5 conference. And I'll ask Brown his first one after I tell you about our friends at Wayne's. 50 years we've been celebrating Wayne's. We've had SEC football longer than that, but not much longer than that. You got to be excellent at what you do to do something for 50 years, and that's what Wayne's is. They're excellent at pest service, pest prevention, termite protection. Also now, over the years, they've added lawn care service and also mosquito services there, mosquito protection. You can get $50 off any or all of those services when you use our promo code TNR. TNR is the promo code when you go to their website, callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com, or when you literally call them up at 866-WAYNES1, 866, the word Wayne's and the number 1. Use the promo code TNR to get $50 off lawn care service, $50 off mosquito protection. Stack those up, $50, $100, $150. By the way, it's not just for new customers, existing customers too. So if you've been with Wayne's for all 50 years, go ahead, throw that TNR promo code in and see what you get from our friends at Wayne's. Callwaynes.com, callwaynes.com. Brownie, pick a conference, any conference,
Big Ten.
And tell me an upset.
Big Ten, Michigan at Maryland, November 18th. It falls between Penn State, a road game at Beaver Stadium, and the big one in Ann Arbor against Ohio State.
Wow.
Between those two games.
They're on the road at Maryland?
They are on the road at Maryland in SECU Stadium. You don't just waltz into SECU Stadium.
But
it's November, so it's going to be a day game. We know that.
If Talia's healthy at that point.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
That's a dangerous game.
So Michigan at Maryland, and I do think Michigan could well be undefeated going into that game. They play a terrible out-of-conference schedule. Terrible out-of-conference schedule. Their conference schedule isn't very taxing before they go to Penn State. I think they'll win that game at Penn State. They lose at Maryland in Week 11 and then go into the Ohio State game with one loss. Still for the Big Ten, right to play for the Big Ten championship, obviously. But I think Michigan at Maryland, Saturday, November 18, is upset alert.
Trip's already gone. Brown Bandit doesn't need those points.
Don't need them,
Jared,
Rockstar.
We don't need them. Chris,
Hell no.
We
Outright.
don't need them.
Rockstar, sound the alarm. Sound the alarm. It sounds different this year.
All right.
I'm not going to need the points right here. Maryland wins it straight up. Don't need them.
Do we have "We Don't Need Them" T-shirts in the making? How come we don't have those yet?
Yeah, we could do that. We don't need them.
Just Lunsford.
We don't need.
We don't need the point. Do we go? We don't need them, or we don't need the points? I kind of like we don't need the points.
I'd say we don't need them. I mean, our audience is smart enough to already know what that means. Look at them. There are multiple people. We don't need them.
Well, normally what I would say is Rockstar, Maryland's catching 7.5 points in this game.
What are you going to do with those points?
Rockstar, I am going to crumble them up, drop them in an envelope, and send them to Aliceville Federal Correctional Institution for those ladies to look at, because you know what? I don't need them.
No!
Jared goes.
I got 4 more of these.
Oh, God.
Jared goes points ? We don't need them.
I kind of like that. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, I like that.
It's almost Got Milk-esque. All right, I'm sure Lunsford will have them in the store before the day's over with.
Right there with
the
coffee.
segment. He needs it before the segment's over.
I'm going to go to SEC first. My first one is LSU is a very popular team with one person who's currently in Las Vegas. He's
not alone.
He's got him in the playoffs.
Yeah, he's not alone. A lot of people think they're going to be good.
Got him basically winning the SEC this year.
Yep.
Definitely repeating in the West. Week 5, Brown. Where are they? They're at a little place I like to call Oxford, Mississippi. Little Rebel Yell time.
Hey, he's doing his headlines, right?
LSU at Ole Miss.
Monday's headline today.
I love the
Rebels
finger drag, too.
Yell, give some hell. LSU, Ole Miss. I'm going to go Ole Miss upsets LSU early on in the season. Puts LSU's back. Maybe can steal the win to West. They can come beat Alabama. But early on, that's the That's the first signature win in the career of Lane Kiffin because he ain't got none. He has none. No signature wins as a head coach.
I was the other night. Lance and I went to dinner with Mincy. Big Ole Miss fan, obviously. He lives in Louisiana, though.
Ole Miss grad, right?
Yeah, and Mincy was talking about the fact that that's the first time in forever that game is that early in the season. The Magnolia Bowl has traditionally been around the start of November, the end of October, around Halloween. And this is the first time that game has been at this point in the season. So he was like, for Ole Miss, and Mincy's point was, for Ole Miss, normally when that game rolls around, they're kind of a beat-down squad. This will be kind of early. Ole Miss, still a lot of hope. And I think he had talked himself into thinking they got a chance in that game too.
Okay, these are upsets that we're projecting, one in each conference. So I've used my SEC upset. You've used your Big Ten. Where are you going next?
I'll go to the SEC next. I think if you watch what I'm doing here, I put a lot of stock, Jim, in trap games, right? Games that fall in weird places on a schedule for you.
That can hurt you, man.
It can. I mean, schedule is very, very important. This one is not necessarily a trap game, Jim, but this is my November look-ahead special. You want a November look-ahead special?
Oh, yes. Thank you. That's what I wanted when I woke up today. When I poured my first cup of next round coffee, I was like, I'd love a November look-ahead special. Then I get November free if you miss this.
Here you go. Biggest game in the East this year. What do you think is the biggest game in the East this year?
SEC East this year?
SEC East this year, biggest game
Everyone's going to go Georgia at Tennessee.
Everybody's going to go Georgia at Tennessee. Neyland Stadium, Saturday, November 18th.
I've got a feeling you're not going to go there.
Huge game. Huge game. Could determine the East. And a lot of Tennessee fans are going to be like, hey, look, we got Alabama here last year. The crowd was a factor. Everybody, let's checkerboard. Everybody wear your orange. Everybody wear your white, depending on which section you're sitting in. We're going to have this Georgia game. Oh, man, the Bulldogs, they're not going to know what to do with this Georgia crowd or this Tennessee crowd. Georgia's going to melt in Neyland Stadium. And you know what happens the week before, Jim? They go to sleepy Missouri, Faroe Field, rocks in the end zone, spelling out an M. Nobody at the game. Probably crappy weather by that time of year. Early SEC network kick, bad camera angles.
Almost got Georgia last year.
This is the look-ahead special, the November look-ahead special, Saturday, November 11th, before Tennessee ever plays Georgia. Rockstar, Missouri's getting 6.5 points in this game. Guess what?
4 more of these.
3 more after this.
We're still in the 4th.
Rockstar, we don't need them.
I didn't hear you.
We don't need them.
Sir, I cannot hear you.
We don't need them.
I can't hear you.
Everybody with me now. We don't need them. Missouri straight up over the balls.
I'll go Big Ten. Wisconsin at Illinois.
I'll go Wisconsin. That too.
Yeah, Brown's still. Maggie said the other day, Brown takes that segment over an awful lot.
No. I've got to be fast to get back to the good stuff because we've got 3 more of these.
The good stuff.
Wisconsin at Illinois late in the year. I'm going to take Illinois in this one because I'm a believer.
There you go.
I believe in Bielema. I'm a Belima-ick.
Wow. Jeez.
Wisconsin at Illinois. I like Illinois to pull the upset. That'll be one that'll rock the West. Brownie.
I'm going to go to the Pac-12 next, Jim Dunaway. The Pac-12. This is a classic trap game. This is my Pac-12 trap game of the year, Jimmy D. Oregon and your guy Bo Nix trying to earn his way to New York to pay off a long-standing stake bet. Dan Lanning, year 2, trying to get his team in national championship, Pac-12 championship contention. They've got a 3-game set that starts at Utah. Is Utah a contender in the Pac-12, Dunaway?
Yes, they are.
It ends hosting USC. Big game there. Is USC a contender? Right in between, they play sleepy old Cal. Ultimate trap game. You're at Utah, you got USC on the other side, and you got Cal in between. Cal's not going to be any good. They're not going to be any good at all. But you know what? They fall perfect time in the schedule. This, Rockstar, is my Pac-12 trap game of the year.
Really?
Give me Cal, Rockstar. Straight up, we don't need them. Cal Bears outright over Oregon.
It's a marathon, not a race.
It is.
2 more, Rockstar.
Yeah. This is off.
2 more hours, too.
This is our OTAs. Yeah. I mean, to get ready for the season, I've got to warm him up. It's like you don't just take a horse out of the stall.
That's right.
And run the Kentucky Derby.
That's right.
I got to trot him around the track a little bit so he's ready.
Yep.
I don't need a jockey.
In the ACC, Louisville goes to Miami, Florida. Miami, Florida.
Right. Not Ohio, Jim.
Raising Cane's, question mark? No. Louisville over Miami. Brown? Back to you.
That's his passive-aggressive way of saying I'm taking too long doing
No.
It was a dark night in Louisville, Kentucky, but oh no!
All right. We're going to go to the ACC next. You ready?
Okay,
ACC
yes.
next, huh?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You ready
Let's
for
do
this? You ready for this? Rockstar, this is my You Should Have Never Made Us Homecoming Game of the Year.
I love when you do this one.
Florida State has made Duke their homecoming game.
Why the hell would they do that?
Oh, Dunaway, they're going to pay for it too. Now, this doesn't fall in any weird spot on the schedule. In fact, the week before, they're hosting Syracuse, Florida State is. The week after, they're going to a Sam Hartman-less Wake Forest Demon Deacons. But right in between, it's homecoming, all the distractions, all the parades. You got to find a date to the dance.
Yeah.
You got to go work
Preach.
on the homecoming float.
Yeah.
It is so much distraction, and here comes little old Duke. Nobody pays attention to Duke.
Tra-la-la-la-la-la.
They're just lucky to be in the game, Rockstar. But you know what Mike Elko coaches? Mike Elko coaches quality defense.
Yes, I was going to say that.
And it's going to shut down this Florida State offense. And Duke, Rockstar, Duke is going to go to Doak Campbell Stadium and get the win. It is
Your voice is already faltering.
my ACC You Should Have Never Made Us Homecoming Game of the Year.
What are they doing? Why are they homecoming?
Oh, it's stupid on their part.
Jim, quickly, what's your next one?
USC is at Oregon. Big game. Bo Nix plays for Oregon.
I had this one.
I love Oregon. Trojans play duck, lose. USC at Oregon. I like Oregon. Upset. Brownie?
I'm not even sure how big an upset. I got to play Lance's part for a second. Don't worry. Oregon might even be favoring that game.
Freaking USC. I mean, Lance would never say that. USC.
No, ask him when he comes on. He's texting, so he's awake. We need to send him a link for later, but ask him if
12-20. USC will be the favorite, but then they'll be unbeaten. They got Caleb Williams. Lincoln Riley invented football.
My last game, Rockstar, is from the Big 12. My last game is from the Big 12, okay? You ready?
Yeah. Yes.
It's my last one, Rockstar.
Damn.
What do you get on Good Friday?
Good food.
All right, what else do you get on Good Friday?
Yeah, you get off work.
Okay, what else do we, not us, we work on Good Friday. What else do you get on Good Friday?
Football?
You get football on Good Friday.
Yeah.
You also get good shopping deals, right?
Yes.
Everybody shops on, did I say Good Friday?
Yeah, I think you're thinking about Black Friday.
Rockstar, Dunaway, can you set me up again?
Brownie, back to you.
Yeah, hey, Rockstar, what do you get on Black Friday?
Oh, my God, the shopping deals are
Oh,
so incredible.
Rockstar,
I
it
love
is the biggest shopping day in America, right?
I am at that Galleria. I am at Lady Foot Locker. Just this one. Smell this one.
Yes, big shopping day. You
Yeah.
get good deals. A lot of people do the sales. You got to line up to get that 88-inch TV for
Yeah.
a great deal.
Yeah.
And you got to camp out right there outside Best Buy so you can get one of
But
8,000
there's
TVs.
got to be something else
There's
going on there.
something else on Black Friday.
Yeah.
We got a lot of football that
Is there
day.
a Black Friday upset special?
There is a Black Friday upset special.
Okay.
Rockstar, this is my Texas. Use that Black Friday shopping bag to throw up in because you've given away your national championship hopes. Texas Tech, Black Friday, they pull the upset in DKR Texas Memorial Stadium. It's my use your Black Friday shopping bag to throw up in because you blew your national championship hopes. Game of the year.
Jim?
Texas getting 50% off their national championship gear after that day, right?
That's true, yes.
My last one. UCF at Kansas State. I've just tried to hit all of LT's favorite teams here. UCF upsets Kansas State. Gus scatters, covers, smothers cats because he always goes to the Waffle House.
Yeah, I got the joke, Jim. Yes.
We have a large audience. Gus Scatters covers Smothers Cats. Brown, back to you.
I'm done. That was 5. I've done all 5
Way
of
to
mine.
recap those, so the ones that are just tuning in, give us a recap.
Those are our 5 upsets, one from each Power 5 conference. Taylor will package that nicely, mostly Brown. Slithers of me to separate so they're not jump cuts. And we'll send those out on social media later on. Brown, our
Jim?
friends at Hemphill want to remind you that if it's not running right, flowing right, or draining right, they can fix anything right now. They fix it right. They fix it the first time. They fix it at a fair price. They'll be sending out a lock later on as well. They bring you Lance's lock every day, too. For our plumbing, our cooling, and our heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Which came first, Hemphill or K-Ivy? K-Ivy.
That's right. I like to work on plumbing.
Hemphill Services.
Pipes are clogged.
Hemphill Services. Call now. 205-229-2090. 205-229-2090. You can't swim to Daphne if your plumbing's not working right.
I can do the breaststroke.
It's our friends at Hemphill. We'll do trash next on the one and only T&R, your coffee shop.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Spring is finally here. Now's the time to hit those trails and sidewalks you've been missing in a fresh pair of perfectly fit New Balance running or walking shoes from the New Balance Birmingham store. Our trained fit specialists get as much information as possible before matching you with the perfect pair of New Balance shoes. We've also got all the apparel and other gear you need for spring, too. There's no better time to get outside than right now. So come over to the New Balance Birmingham store and get your custom-fit New Balance footwear and spring apparel today.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Back with you on The Next Round. Show being brought to you this hour by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. I can't get to Champy's Chicken all the time, so I'm enjoying a nice little yogurt peanut butter fruit bowl right now.
That's right.
It's like artwork.
More on that in a second. It is a beautiful thing. But Champy's Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster, open for lunch, great for tailgating parties. They'll cater. Go see Sterling and the crew. About 2 weeks now, I've been making these for myself. Brown asked me, Jim, how long does it take to make that thing? So I went home yesterday, and including a screw up of not being able to open my new a bag of granola, 4 minutes and 26 seconds to make two. And here's how it looked. Now, we've sped this up for time, but that's me chopping the bananas. You start with bananas on the bottom. Then I go with the 0 sugar, 0 calorie Greek yogurt. Then I throw in some granola on the next layer there. It's like a cooking show, right?
So seriously, you made two. So you pre-made one, then you had one. And here's the finished product.
And here's the almond butter that I drizzle on top. One big spool of that.
Right.
And then it sort of seeps down into the granola and then to the Greek yogurt. Then I go with the blackberries around the rim. And then I fill the center with blueberries. Sometimes strawberries for a little color there.
Yeah, depending on the mood, yeah.
Yep. I'm fumbling those blueberries everywhere. Lit them up, turn them, and there you go.
Will you
4 minutes and 26 seconds.
Will you spoon feed Brown and see if he'll get his opinion?
If we had 2 spoons, we would share this.
He swears to me this Greek yogurt he uses with fresh cut bananas tastes just like banana pudding.
Well, you never know till you try, Brown.
It does.
Dave says coming soon to the Next Round store, Dunaway yogurt bowls.
This is perfect. Perfect with a cup of hot Next Round coffee.
Brand new Next Round coffee, which you could get nextround.store, nextround.store. Beautiful, beautiful artwork on there from our friends Who Has Coffee, whohascoffee.com.
Who has coffee?
Who has coffee? Now, if I ain't coffee, who has coffee?
Yeah, I mean,
right? If I ain't coffee,
he ain't coffee.
If I ain't
coffee?
who has coffee?
Yeah,
who has
coffee?
coffee.com.
We're coffee.
That's right. They reached out and said so many of you are already ordering. Pre-order right now, and you can win a great prize from us, too. So go to nextround.store.
And our new show, Down from Colombia. We'll spend 3 days in Colombia coming up as we take a look at our beans being harvested. Rockstar, reenact that. Wait for sir. Next show in Colombia.
Be very, very cautious. Hey, we're live here. Shut up. Good God. There's a car. There's a car. Cartel? Who said cartel? I said car.
Brown would be like, protection? We don't need it.
Are y'all good at coffee?
Go order the coffee today. Today. All right. Champy's Chicken for lunch. Trash time. Brought to you by Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
We can't turn the we can't turn the clock back.
Wow.
I know it's after midnight. We can't turn the clock back and turn it back into the mid-'80s and put on a Whitey Herzog team.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
A little slip of the tongue by our buddy Tom Hart there, and the Vandy Whistler in the background.
Yeah, you can barely hear it. That's the whole game, right?
Yeah, the entire game. The SEC counted 370 times, I think.
327 sets of whistles, so not just one whistles. Yeah. Forrester has the scorecard. They kept this going last night. So he started off with 10 in the first inning, 14 in the second inning. And I'm right as you look at this, Forrester, he gets more whistly as it goes on.
Yeah. Well, that ninth inning, he got after it.
Mike, it was the 8th inning where they had to carry it all the way out. Yeah. I mean, what the hell was going on in the 8th inning?
A lot of whistling.
I mean, that guy was whistling.
Yeah.
That's when they had to turn back the clock, right? Was that the 8th inning?
Yeah.
327 sets of whistles. How many did you get? They were counting up there at the press box. Way to go, Chuck Dunlap and the fine folks at the SEC.
Give that man a raise for counting those.
Love Tom Hart. He's one of the best.
Oh, Tom's the best, man. Hey, when it comes to home equity, bigger is always better. Interesting read after that.
Keep going.
Yes, bigger is always better. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a program that help you gain more home equity while paying less out of your pocket. MortgageRight.com/TNR is where you go. MortgageRight.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start in Burrillville, Rhode Island.
Where?
Burrillville, Rhode Island. Would you go camping at the Conjuring House? Have you ever seen The Conjuring?
Hell no. I haven't seen it, but I'm not going to go into that house.
The outdoor camping experience available in the home made famous by the 2013 horror movie. And Rockstar is showing you, Scott's showing you a photo of it there.
No way. No way. I mean, Hansel and Gretel went into a house like that and never came out.
Their house was a little different. Their house was tasty.
Yeah, they ate it to death, right?
Yeah.
The house is located in the small Rhode Island town of Burrillville, and it is allegedly, they say, haunted. Here's what they say. This is your chance to experience what has earned the Conjuring House its legendary status. The spirits are calling. Are you brave enough to answer?
No.
The ultimate paranormal outdoor adventure incorporates ghost and camping, what is being dubbed as camping, ghost and camping.
Terrible.
It is awful.
Like goping or something.
Guests need to pack their bags, a whole lot of courage, and get ready for paranormal activity. The house was made famous for the Ed and Lorraine Warren case files, the actual home of the Perrin family hauntings. They lived there throughout the 1970s and claimed they witnessed paranormal activity.
Well, I mean, look, just the door.
Oh, it looks awful.
Looks like it has a wooden door that covers up everything, like boards you in there.
It locks you from the inside.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was on a road trip, I wouldn't stop taking a leak in that yard.
Is
I'd
that
just
a grill
keep on
in the
moving.
front? What is that? Is that gas or?
I don't know. Well, it does look like a gas grill. Zoom in a little bit.
You have to dispose of the evidence somehow, guys.
Oh, that's not. Yeah, it is a gas grill.
Yeah.
I mean,
Where do you want it? Just outside the front door.
I mean, what are we doing with the weeds, though, around the house there? What's that right next to the...
I mean, cut the grass. They got a gas grill. I mean, that's the worst part of it, Rockstars. I don't get to cook on charcoal.
Do they even have a termite bond?
Hey, records were recently smashed at the Falmouth. It's Falmouth Rockstars or Falmouth? Falmouth, I think. Falmouth Worm Charming Championships. Competitors managed to charm a staggering 260 worms out of the ground using a combination of musical instruments, garden tools, interpretive dance, and utter madness.
I'm going to bet the garden tools helped most in that. I mean,
More
give me
than
the
the
list of how'd they get them out of the ground again, Brown?
Musical instruments, garden tools, interpretive dance, and utter madness.
Yeah.
That's what I'm told.
You can't. I think that the hitch is you have to convince them to come out. You can't dig your hands there and pull them out. You have to play music or tap on the soil, and it's an event, and it's very intriguing. My mama's a worm judge.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and say, though, that one girl was holding a hoe there. Now, that girl is smoking pot.
Yeah.
What is she doing?
She's blowing
Well,
something.
I believe that's her instrument. She's trying to get a worm to come out.
Okay.
And everybody's having so much fun.
So one thing that didn't prevent this is these people having a social life. They were able to do this at any point. And I think another thing that didn't...
Well, he looks like he's driving a spike into the ground.
Another thing that didn't come out of this was anybody getting a date.
I
Worm
don't
charming.
know, Brown.
These are the people that are talking to the worms. They're kind of
I
coercing
mean, these
to come
people
out.
are legit crazy.
Yeah.
Worm charming, worm grunting, and worm fiddling are all terms described the act of enticing earthworms to surface in the soil.
Brown, now we come from a culture that sticks our arms while standing in water under a big rock.
I don't understand that.
And lets
Noodling.
an entire catfish clamp down on the arm and pull it up.
Somebody sent us a girl that does it, and she's become TikTok or Instagram famous or something. That we need to get on the show.
It has come across my timeline. She's
Yeah,
pretty
let's-
amazing.
Yeah, let's try to get
She's
her on the
local,
show.
I believe.
No, that's what I said. Yeah, she's an Alabama girl. A Georgia inmate has gone Shawshank Redemption on us, Jimmy D. He's tunneled through the wall of a jail facility in Fulton County, Georgia, in an attempt to harm a man in a neighboring cell. You got to dig the other way and get out. You don't want to just go cell to
He
cell.
pissed me off, though.
Kavion Thomas allegedly dug a hole through a wall in a shower stall at Rice Street Jail May 17th.
I mean, how is that going? Is he like, I'm telling you, by next week, I'm going to kick your ass.
You better shut up. I'm almost there.
You hear it? One spoon at a
I'm
time.
coming.
One
I'm
spoon at a
coming.
time, man.
Hey, yeah, but if you're that other cell, once that block crumbles and falls in your cell, how bad do you feel? Like, uh-oh.
You see that eyeball?
Yeah.
Are you still in there, you slimy you know what?
He got into the adjacent cell block. Then he launched an attack on DeAndre Russell, another inmate at Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Thomas stabbed him multiple times. Once he successfully entered Russell's cell, according to the release, Russell sustained superficial stab wounds to his upper body, treated in the medical unit for the jail, officials said.
I mean, that's a small hole to get in.
Yeah, I don't see how he got through that hole.
I mean, it could have been with her. You just get your arm through and trying to stab him.
Yeah.
Yeah, after the incident, officers checked both cells and discovered several weapons in both cells. So
Shocker.
Yeah, I know.
All I'm saying is if he can only get his arm through that, unless he's Manute Bull, I think I've got room in my cell to stay on the other side of the cell.
I know. I don't see how he got
Nah,
that
I'm not
close.
going to want to go to the shower or the commissary. Is that a word? Or wherever,
Commissary, yeah.
wherever you go when you have to leave the cell, the yard. I don't want to do any of that stuff the next day, but I think I could avoid the arm through the hole there.
So this is a trend I'm not for. I'm just going to go and tell you, okay? Gen Z has canceled skinny jeans. The men of TikTok have finally caught on skinny jeans are ick. That's to say they're out, uncool, cringeworthy, totally yesterday. I was talking about on women. This is talking about men?
Yep.
Oh, I'm not going to wear skinny jeans.
Oh, you got to see the alternative, what we're doing.
All right, so you're showing us a photo of skinny jeans,
Yeah,
right?
I have a couple of pair. I like them.
I mean, slim. Anything that says slim fit in the pants is bad news for me. It just fits slim in all the wrong places.
Okay.
I mean, it fits fine in the hip, but I mean, just waist down, I'm a little thicker than I should be. I get
Not should be. You just have.
I got a large,
defined thighs and calves.
Yeah. What are you laughing at?
I mean,
just to hear you two. Keep
going. Why do I have skinny legs?
He has said that over the years.
Yeah.
That it's hard for him to find. I mean, if you listen to the show, Rockstar, it's
Yeah,
hard for him
Rockstar.
to find pants.
Yeah, I'm a 36 in the waist, but a lot of times
They
if
get over
it's-
his calves.
Yeah, if it says slim fit, they're going to be just too tight. I mean, they'll fit, but I don't like the way they fit. It's
He
just
does
I don't-
not miss calf day.
Yeah,
No.
I don't skimp on leg day. Gen Z has already denounced the slim-fitting denim for women. That was the part I was talking about I didn't like.
You're into that.
And now men are following suit by trading their skinny jeans for baggier trousers. It's a TikTok trend, and Rockstar's about to show us what it looks like. Men showing their style transformations after ridding their wardrobe. I ain't wearing those.
Thank you.
Of dreaded
That's
jeans.
new.
Thank you.
The shoes make it, Kramer.
Yeah, not going to happen. I am not wearing those. That looks ridiculous.
And I mean, Ellen wore that on the air for 11 years on her show.
I don't wear a lot of pants to begin with. I mean, about the only place I wear pants are to church. And when I'm, in pants season, I'm just normally in blue jeans.
I just don't like things. Now, I grew up in a different generation than you guys. So in the 70s, our jeans and pants they weren't technically bell bottoms, though there was at one point they were bell bottoms, but they were wide at the bottom. And I just don't like things to be wide at the bottom when I'm walking. I like them to be tight around my ankles.
Yeah, there's a happy medium.
Tapered and pleated.
Yeah.
With an iron. I get those.
I just don't like it flapping around.
I mean, the first day, the fabric, the first day it hits about 75 all the way through October, I'm shorts. That's pretty much what I do. Finally, I saw this yesterday, Rockstar. I didn't know it was going to end up on trash, but this woman was getting destroyed to the point that I got to wonder if it's a bit.
What?
Well, would you? I would not want to make that a bit. It's
So
like
this-
not knowing who Charles Barkley is.
Tell me more.
This woman has revealed the worst things about being married to a millionaire. Now, it calls her a kept woman. What is your definition of a kept woman?
I don't work, and someone else pays for everything.
Okay. So Rockstar is going to show you a photo of her with a building growing out of her head.
But if you're married, I don't
that's in,
consider you a
Abu
kept
Dhabi.
woman.
That's Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
Well, over there, it's a little bit different. So
Yeah.
she could be kept over there. That might have been an arranged marriage. I don't know.
Yeah, and
I think
she
that's just a traveling pic.
She could be one of several wives in some cultures.
So she says part of the thing about being married to a millionaire that sucks is having to look good all the time. Always traveling and never being able to drive herself anywhere. I mean, I don't know how she survives.
Me either.
Linda Andrade dubs herself the original Dubai housewife. She's just 23. She took TikTok earlier this month to open up to her followers about the pitfalls of being a rich wife. She told those watching that the novelty of riches can soon wear off, and is seemingly already fed up of food always being a show, being brought too much stuff by her husband, and admits she's scared of getting robbed. She started the footage by saying that she was scared about getting robbed while sharing short clips of her luxurious designer bags and glistening Cartier and Van Cleef jewelry.
I mean, this is over the top and stupid, but I do know what she's talking about. When I would imagine if you have anything you want money-wise, that if you have any kind of soul in your body at all, there is part of you that would be like, man, can we just go to Champy's real quick and have some fried chicken and just walk in our sweatpants?
I mean, that's on you. That's on
it
you
doesn't have
for-
to be
yeah.
a butler
No.
and somebody
Well-
pulling a silver tray off
But
or
I have
something.
to take this picture of the Rolls Royce real
That's
quick.
right. But that's on you, man. You got that choice. Just do it. Just do it, man. She was says she always has to look 10 out of 10 all the time. That was shared with a clip of her getting a trim of a hairdresser and shopping at Victoria's Secret.
But for instance, who's the most popular entertainer in America right now? Like, you can't leave and walk out to your car.
Taylor Swift.
Is it Taylor Swift? We'll use Taylor as an example. So if she's going to leave wherever she lives in New York just to walk out to the car, like
you can't go to the gas station.
Well, I know.
You can't just put on a hat.
I saw on TikTok a video of her coming out of her apartment and getting in a car. And I mean, they've got barricades up, and it's just people everywhere just waiting and just to see her. Like she doesn't stop and sign autographs, take photos. She just walks from her front door of her townhome or whatever it is into a car.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, I would take the money and deal with it.
Well, I'm sure it's got.
But I'm
issues,
just saying, I don't think this girl is hitting the notes I want to hit. But to me, if I was in that situation, or if I was the president of the United States, any party, I mean, you can't. Once you become the president of the United States, your life is different forever. And there's some of that is good, but, sometimes you just like to, roll down to the local, bar and have a drink with the guys and watch the game. And you just can't do that
You don't get
anymore.
to do that, yeah. Well, I mean, again, when you run for president, that's going to happen. I guess maybe she didn't know marrying some rich fella, she was going to run into all this crap.
Well, she had to have an Instagram account that she shows off all her jewelry.
Right,
I didn't know I was going to do that,
like
but I
half a
have
million
to because they
TikTok.
expect it now.
Again, her aside, but there is she is saying some things that I would imagine if you've got all the money in the world, there are some downsides.
The old girl goes on to say that she gets too much food and she's picky. That women want her man. Her man buys her too much stuff.
They want that man?
Oh, is that her? Is that her husband?
Yeah, he's very natural.
He looks like somebody. Who does he look like? I wonder how did he make his money, Rockstar? You got any idea?
Well,
I think it was Bitcoin. I think it's something like cryptocurrency or something.
Yeah. One of the final problems she shared is we're always traveling and I'm tired, while showing a clip of a person thought to be her husband playfully riding a jet ski.
Thought to be her husband.
What were y'all doing with that jet ski? We were playfully riding it.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm tired.
I'm going to ask you not to post any of those on social media, please.
Now, I got to tell you, man, I'm with Jay. Her old boy looks like another woman.
Yeah,
I don't know if there was some transition or something there, but that looks like a female.
No, I think that is your typical. I've got all the money in the world, so I can get a girl out of my league. Not as far out of the league as she thinks she is, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's overplayed her hand just a little bit on that 10 out of 10.
Like he's done too much with his hair.
Yeah,
his eyebrows are, not shaped right.
Yeah,
he's whitened his teeth. His Botox is out of whack.
Jim, are you going to pick him apart?
Yeah.
And he's
right.
what, probably 26?
The hair part's what is the most bothersome thing to me. It's a weird hair part he's got.
Yeah.
You know.
Stacked high, too.
Yeah.
Is that it?
There you go. That's trash. Poor old girl. I hope she survives, man. I'll tell you what, if she wants to get a new house there to try to, hide some of that, not travel as much, she can go to our friends at Mortgage Right. They'll be happy to help her. You all need a little help sometimes. Mortgage Right ready to lend you a hand with their down payment assistant program. You can learn more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Rusty's right. He looks like Sid from Ice Age.
That got me. That's good stuff.
Yeah, that is good. On the other side, can you pull up Sid from Ice Age and put it beside him so we can see that? We'll come back in just a second to continue our conversation about some NFL news. Buster Olney talks baseball with us at the top of the hour, and then we'll try to check in with LT, who's in the gambling capital of the world. Not Northport, Alabama. Las Vegas, Nevada. We'll talk to LT coming up on the show that's being brought to you by our friends at Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoyed them last night as we led into the Legion's big win out at Top Golf. Thanks for all of you for watching or showing up. And also from our friends at Coca-Cola. Coke Zero. All the great drinks behind Brownie there, keeping us refreshed throughout the day. We're back in a moment on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help.
If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent.
Let's go! Birmingham Squadron season tickets and the NBA preseason game are now on sale. See future NBA stars at a fraction of the cost by calling 205-719-0850 or by going to birminghamsquadron.com to get your Squadron season membership plan. All season ticket holders will receive complimentary tickets to the NBA preseason game in their season ticket location. And groups of 10 or more can buy their tickets now too. birminghamsquadron.com for details.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham!
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
All right, Rockstar's got the pictures pulled up here. This guy who's the boyfriend and Sid from Ice Age. Do they look alike or not?
They do look alike. That's crazy also.
You judge.
Yeah.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. You judge.
It's crazy old thought of that. I don't know how people pull stuff like that.
Our friend
Lance does that all the time. He's like, he looks like so-and-so.
Rockstar's good at it too, I think.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Well, I'll tell you what Lance is really good at is the combo of it looks like so-and-so and so-and-so had a baby.
Yes.
Yeah, he is so good at that.
Yeah. So that would be, actually, that would be Sid and Ron DeSantis had a baby.
That's true.
That's really good, by the way.
Thank you. Somebody has to pick up LT slack when he's not here.
I know.
Like when LT tells you about Slice Pizza, great place to swing by there. 4 great locations, Lakeview, Vestavia. Also, you have the new one in Crestline and the new one in Montevallo, and a new one coming to Homewood soon. They bring you 4 downs every day, but also we like to remind you about the great pizzas there. The Soul Pie, which Brownie loves. I love the Hot Mama. I've always been in love with the Spicy Hawaiian. They've got unbelievable wings as well. Don't shy away from those if you're ever there. Great cocktails, just a good time. Eat local, drink local, and be local with our friends at Slice. DeSantis? I see what Jay is doing there.
DeSantis. I got you.
Yes, yeah.
My apologies.
All right. So the NFL, Brownie. First off, it's going to take a special cat. Aaron Rodgers is going to have a special attitude this upcoming year, right? Because we learned this week, on the day you were off, we watched it happen live, and in the aftermath, he has a strained calf, not a torn ligament, nothing that's going to require surgery or anything. Strained calf that they treated like it was breaking news on the NFL Network and Sports Center the other day.
Because they kick off Sunday, right?
They do not, Brown.
Oh, do they not?
It is
they're not going to play these games in May?
It's the organized team activities is all it is. And he didn't even stop doing that. He just limped around a little bit. And in the New York market, he is going to be covered differently than he's ever been covered before on a day in and day out basis. I don't know if we're ready for it. I know Lance is not ready for it, but he's got to be ready for it.
Well, yeah. I mean, the New York media is historically the most brutal media there is out there. They got a lot of teams up there. People in New York are just cut different than they are down here. They're not as congenial. They're not, it's just nobody likes really living there. I think you got too many people around you. Traffic sucks. It's crappy weather a lot of times. So I think it just puts you in a bad mood to begin with. And so you just kind of show up in a bad mood already. You're just looking for a reason to be PO'd, and your team loses. You get pissed. Who are you going to get pissed at? That's the quarterback. So, I mean, yeah, he's going to have to deal with it. And I think the media in New York is just an extension of the fans that are there, and they're going to treat it the same way. So the minute he plays crappy and a loss, and that's going to happen, by the way, they're going to get on him. I mean, it's not the same way it was in Green Bay.
And Rusty says, is he going to be even a bigger dickhead than usual after dealing with New York reporters? Because LT thinks he's pretty DH already.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't know how he's going to handle it. I mean, there's really
sometimes you have to lean into it and give it back to him a little bit, stand your ground. But sometimes, if you play the nice guy, you can win some reporters over. I guess it'll be interesting to watch that. Another thing to watch is reaction to everybody to the NFL's announcement. If you missed it earlier this week, the NFL announced something that we've had in college football, I believe, since the 2018 season, and that's during kickoffs. If you're inside the 25, you can call a fair catch and get the ball at the 25-yard line. That is moving from college now to NFL. Rarely do you get a rule that moves from college to the NFL, but here's one. We've tried it in college since 2018. Are you bothered by that?
You know, I mean, I was going to ask you, I guess the way we judge rules is how often do you even notice them coming into play?
Right.
Do you even notice that coming into play anymore?
No, I'm so used to it now. Yeah. You have the choice not to call a fair catch and try to return it. So it's not mandated if you catch it in the 25, it's got to be a fair catch. So you can choose to run it. Some teams run them out. It's just if you want to, you can fair catch it and guarantee a spot at the 25. I always think it's a decision now. If you're really good at returning kicks, if you've got a dynamic player, you take it at the 3. Let's go, man. We're going to go. But if you're not good at returning kicks, or if you just want to, let's play it safe right here. Let's make sure we get it to the 25, take the fair catch and take it to the 25. I think I saw where it's going to go from 38% of the kicks returned now in the NFL. It's going to take it down to 31%.
Okay.
So not a huge difference, not a noticeable difference, in my opinion. They're doing it for safety, but Andy Reid is the most outspoken Super Bowl winning coach, says he doesn't like it because if we keep slowly taking away the fabric of the game, eventually we're going to be playing flag football.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get is you get a lot of people that are going to say those types of things. We're taking the physicality away from football. You take this away, what are you going to take away next? It's just one of those things, and I'm kind of attuned to that because I get tired of targeting every single play. Any hard hit gets flagged for targeting, then we have to go back and clean it up on video. There's just this assumption that there's targeting, and I do like the physical nature of football. It's one reason I watch it, but in college, I just haven't missed it. I haven't missed on this particular rule change. I haven't missed anything. It's just one of those, I don't even notice. The guy calls a fair catch, you go to the 25, that's fine. The vast majority of teams, if given the choice, would kick it through the end zone every single time.
And a lot of them do.
I know.
I mean, the NFL, I just assume it's going to go through the end zone.
Almost every time it does.
We're going to spot it at the 20. In the process of the spotting and the quarterback trotting out, we're going to either drop a commercial,
that's right,
promote a show,
yep,
or, Joe Buck's going to say, that first down play in 30 seconds after we tell you about
Duracell.
Somebody like that.
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's one of those things. It'll take NFL fans. They're just not used to it. It'll take them a second, but I didn't see how it fundamentally changed the game of college football. I think what an Andy Reid is fearful of is if you program people to think that this is just the normal way football is played, at some point they'll propose, why don't we just give the opposing team the ball in the 25? And kickoff returns will completely be a thing of the past. And that may happen one day. I wouldn't take that off the table.
But see, I like this a lot better than anything we see in these spring leagues because it does give you the choice still to return kicks.
Well, yeah, because like you mentioned the spring league. So the
USFL, you line up 10 yards from your opponent downfield, and the kicker's way by himself.
He's all by himself,
and he has to overkick everything.
And you can't move until the receiver catches the ball. And what that stopped was the full head steam collisions coming down the field between cover team and defenders.
And by the way, with the fair catch inside the 25, I know what they're trying to eliminate, and it will some, But there's still a lot of collisions going to happen before the guy catches the ball and blows the whistle.
Yeah.
While that ball's in the air for 4.8 seconds, my guys are running down the field already, and there's hits happening.
I wouldn't say it's impossible. I mean, there'll be a day I could foresee where you just get the ball in the 25.
That's what Jay Price says. They're prepping the fans for the removal of the kickoff altogether.
I would not eliminate that possibility at all. I don't like that. I'm not saying I like it, but I am saying that I could see a day where you just get the ball in the 25 and let's go.
Would you like to just ceremonial keep them kicking the ball off, even though we're going to get at the 25, much like those old guys at the Masters hitting the shot?
We roll out the kicker.
While we were away, the commercial break.
Harris Butker kicked one off. Listen to the crowd cheer. They haven't seen that in a while.
Remembering the old days of kickoffs in football.
I mean, that would not blow me away at all. It is a violent play. They have done a lot to take the violence out of it with, eliminating the wedge and, a lot of other rules they've done. I think there are probably some things they need to address before that, just for the betterment of the game. Again, I mean, they've made it impossible to get an onside kick. And anytime I bring that up, a lot of people are like, I want it to be impossible to get an onside kick. You shouldn't get that far behind. And I do see that argument.
I understand that argument, but, I mean, an onside kick, you should be really good at not letting the other team get the ball. I like the old onside kick where I could put 10 on one side. I mean,
and it felt like...
What's the documentation? How many injuries do we really have?
I mean, it felt like a 50-50 proposition, didn't it? When you could have 10 on one side. And it wasn't.
60-40 maybe.
It wasn't 50-50, but it felt like that. What does it feel like right now? I mean, you're stunned if you see a team recover one.
We will talk to Buster coming up on the other side right here on the show, being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light and Coke Zero. Buster is next with baseball. Stick around. One more hour to go on a Thursday live on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle loans online at legacycreditunion.com, or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. Holly Mack Wilson is the realtor you should use to help buy or sell a home. Why? For one, she is a professional with certifications in negotiations and buying and selling real estate. She also sells 70 homes every year. Think about that for a minute. 70 homes is the equivalent of almost 6 homes per month. That's more than 1 per week. That's crazy. It's because of her attention to detail, her marketing knowledge, and her professionalism. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson is also someone you can trust, which is crucial when making the biggest purchase of your life. What's even more important, she cares and wants to help. If you're buying or selling a home, she can help. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted, professional, and experienced Keller Williams agent. Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Brown, I don't want to tie your hands on your first question to Buster as you bring him in, but a note that I've had all week is Christopher Morrell and Bobby in the chat room, who's a huge Cubs fan who watches for Buster every week, wants one of us to ask about Christopher Morrell. So one of us needs to ask Buster about Christopher Morrell, or if Buster just brings him up out of nowhere.
Yeah. ESPN's Buster Olney joins us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, courtesy of MyBookie.ag. Don't forget code next round when you go there to get that sign-up bonus up to $1,000 at MyBookie.ag. Hello, Buster. How are you?
What's going on, guys? Yeah, Christopher Morrell is one of those guys that when you meet him, the energy just oozes off of him. And I don't mean to compare him to one of basketball's greatest players of all time, but the way that he seems to attack each day does remind me of a young Magic Johnson. You guys remember that Magic Johnson's first game in the NBA, there was a pass to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He hits an 18-foot skyhook. They beat the Clippers. And Magic, playing his first NBA game, leapt into Kareem's arms. And when they got back to the locker room, Kareem told Magic, look, youngin', we got 82 games to go, and you just can't react that way. And Magic's response was, hey, if you hit that same shot 81 more times, I'm going to keep jumping into your arms. That's how Morrell plays, which is unusual, as you guys know, in baseball, where players don't trust that sort of emotion because there's so much failure, there's so many ups and downs, but Morrell just comes at you. He's fun to watch.
So he was called up, and in his first few games, he was hitting home runs. It had people looking up stats. The one I thought he was chasing was the one I read was Mike Schmidt of 1976 hitting a home run in 11 of his first 12. What do you think of his skill set as he becomes a guy Cubs fans are sort of banking the future on?
Yeah, the question's going to be what position can he play? Because by all accounts, you talk to evaluators of other teams, he's someone who's not really good in any particular position, but maybe he becomes, Doug Glanville, who my colleague at ESPN, who does games for the Cubs on television, he brought up the name of Chris Bryant, who for years, you guys remember, they would put him in third base one game, they put him in right field, they put him in left field. I think Morrell, in this day and age when there's so many injuries and teams are attuned to players' rest, like he's a great guy to have on a team because you can move around day by day. And you know this, when you call his number, whether it's for a sleepy 1 o'clock game on a Thursday or a night game in Wrigley Field, he's going to be fired up to play.
ESPN's Buster Olney is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by MyBookie.ag, code next round. MyBookie.ag, code next round. Buster and the gang will be in Atlanta coming up Sunday for Braves and Phillies on ESPN. And listen, I know a lot of Braves fans around here, Buster, and almost to a man, they understand that the way they're having to handle their pitching staff is injury related, but they also do not feel like it is sustainable. And there seems to be a lot of concern the way Brian Snitker has approached having to deal with these pitchers' injuries.
And by the way, I told you this, my son is a huge Braves fan. He complains to me all the time about these decisions. I agree that they're trying to buy time. Max Fried coming back, Mike Soroka, based on my conversations with Alex Anthopoulos, they had a baseball ops for them. They feel like Soroka is now an option if they want to reach down. It does feel like they're playing the long game a little bit and also anticipating at some point they're going to go into the marketplace and get some help. The one thing I continue to hear, they feel good about Max Fried and the possibility he's going to come back relatively seamlessly given the nature of his injury. They're confident he's going to be a factor this year. And I tell you what, we got Spencer Strider pitching on Sunday Night Baseball, and you got Bryce Elder throwing great. An ERA just over 2 so far. You got Charlie Morton. If you get Max Fried, I think by the end of the year, their rotation will be in good shape.
Everybody in the American League East has a better record than everybody in the American League Central, except the Blue Jays and the Twins have the same record. Is there a point in the future as we change the scheduling model, more interleague play, more balanced schedule, not so heavy on divisions, that you foresee that we do away with divisions, that we just get away from that and we just play American League, National League, and we build a playoffs that way?
No, I don't think so. I think that what you're going to see is once they add these 2 expansion teams, let's say it's in 3 years, they identify Nashville, and let's say they identified Salt Lake City as the other team. You're going to see baseball go like an NFL style where you're going to have 8 divisions of 4 teams. I've gotten no sense of momentum where you're going to go pure, like the way it was before 1969, where you had the American League, all the teams, 10 teams, National League, 10 teams. I don't think that's going to happen. And there's no doubt that now that you have this, the more of a balanced schedule, I mean, that's helping the teams in the American League East, the toughest division in baseball. Beginning of this week, think about these numbers, guys. The run differential for the American League East was plus 225. The second best division for run differential was plus 8. Like the American League East is dominating the sport like we haven't seen before. And the hard thing is, especially now, if you're the Red Sox, you're the Blue Jays, you're the Yankees, this is like a game of musical chairs. One of those 5 teams is not going to make the playoffs, and probably 2 of the 5 teams are not going to make the playoffs, especially as Texas, Houston sort of begin to separate themselves a little bit in the West.
Yeah, and people would say, I want the best teams in the playoffs, and like the Buccaneers last year in the NFC South, they were not one of the better teams, but they were a playoff team. But it does keep, like in the American League Central right now, I would imagine that keeps a lot of fan interest, at least for that division race to have a spot in the playoffs, as opposed to those teams likely starting to dwindle in attendance throughout the summer. Is that right? Is that why they would do that?
You're 100% right. I mean, you look at the Cleveland Guardians, for example. We saw them on Sunday night last week. They were playing the Mets. That is an awful lineup. Like right now, they're struggling to score runs, and yet they may have a better chance to win their division than, say, the Boston Red Sox. Because the division is so forgiving. And so as the Guardians make the assessment, do we trade Shane Bieber, who I think will wind up being the most prominent player traded before the deadline? They can factor in the context of their division, which is so important.
Buster Olney with us each week on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us courtesy of MyBookie.ag, code next round, MyBookie.ag, code next round when you sign up there. It seems like it was only a couple of weeks ago that on this set, it wasn't one of your appearances, but it was just in random conversation. I think the question came up, how many times, if ever, have the Yankees been in last place on Memorial Day? And they were trending that way, and something has changed, Buster. I know they lost last night, but up until then, they had been the hottest team in the major leagues over the last 10, 12 games.
Yeah, and I think what changed is they got Aaron Judge back, right? When he's on the field, he's like their Superman, providing all that, not only the power, not only the defense, he's an excellent base runner, but also the leadership. It's amazing that a team like the Yankees, with all that payroll that they have, and they bring in stars, a guy like Giancarlo Stanton when he's on the field, or Garrett Cole, DJ LeMay, who's a really good player. But it's remarkable how much, despite all the big names, they lean on Judge. And you hear behind the scenes, like he is a true leader in terms of his investment in each game, and that helped weather them get through that stretch. I remember in the middle of that, when they were losing and the fan base was starting to lose its mind, Brian Cashman, their general manager, held a meeting with the reporters, and I talked to him on the phone right after that, and he said, "You know what? I've been through this many times before. When we get injuries, they ask about our medical staff, they ask about what the problems are." He said, "When we get Judge back, when we get other guys back, we think we're one of the best teams in baseball." And other than blowing that lead to Baltimore last night, that's what we've seen the last couple of weeks.
We're about to watch Toronto and Tampa Bay preseason. I picked the Blue Jays to win the World Series. They seem like they've been that team waiting to break out for the last 4-3-2 last year, and now they're in last place in the division, in that tough division. What's keeping Toronto from getting over the hump and meeting some of that young potential?
And by the way, I made the same mistake last year that you apparently may have made this year. I picked the Blue Jays to win the World Series last year. Look, and it's interesting. I had a conversation the other day with a longtime exec. You guys would know who he is. He said, when you're looking at Toronto now, because for years we looked at, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette, these young guys coming up together, you thought they're going to have a window of opportunity. Well, you know what? They're kind of almost halfway through that because Bichette, Vladimir Guerrero, trending toward free agency. They're not signed to long-term deals. Just watching them play, it does feel like that they're incredibly inconsistent on offense. Last year, Bo Bichette struggled offensively, defensively for a lot of the year. He finished great. This year, Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has had some real ups and downs, maybe some nagging injuries. They just look like a team that just hasn't put it all together yet. And by the way, I will tell you this. There are folks with other teams who also, you guys remember it was Dylan Brooks of the Grizzlies about a month ago who was talking smack to LeBron James, and everyone was like wondering, who are you? There is a feeling among other teams, like the Blue Jays talk a lot of smack for a team that really hasn't done that much in the postseason.
Tripp wants us to ask you, I feel like we talk about this team every week and they do nothing to earn it, but he wants us to ask you, what do you project the A's win total to be? They've only got 10, and we're beyond the quarter pole, so...
Well, at least
40 is in play.
I mean, it was a big day yesterday, though, right? Because Las Vegas, Nevada, and the A's organization reached an agreement, so that was the last hurdle that definitely gets them to Vegas, right?
Well, we'll see. I mean, my personal rule after watching 30 years of Oakland ballpark situations is until someone puts a shovel in the ground, I'm not going to believe it. Because we heard about agreements in Fremont and other places, and it didn't come to pass, and no one put a shovel in the ground. So I'm going to hold off and wait for that. But look, if you're Oakland and you're having the type of, hey, ownership is probably like, let's go big. Let's not only be really bad and cut our payroll to nothing. Let's have the worst team in the history of baseball, because that's what we're looking at. The worst team, I think, generally speaking, that people have ever seen, the 1962 Mets, or an expansion team, went 40-120. Their run differential was like minus 337. Oakland right now in their current trajectory, you guys know they're going to wind up winning like 30 to 35 games.
What?
Their run differential is going to be over minus 500. Okay? So it's not even going to be close. I noticed this morning, they've given up already almost 100 runs, more than the next closest team in terms of what their pitching staff has done. Sometime in the next week, they're going to go over minus 200 with run differential. That's insane when we're talking about the month of May.
Yeah, to Buster's point, Kansas City and Colorado have given up 271 runs, okay? Oakland's given up 364.
Wow.
I mean, that's incredible.
But
that's incredible.
In the movie, though, this is about where Willie Mays Hayes beats out a bouncer and something clicks and the team gets hot, though. So we'll see what happens.
But you need Willie Mays. I mean, right now, Oakland would probably take Willie Mays Hayes, even at this age, 30 years after Major League.
What is your favorite part? You got Braves, Phillies in Atlanta Sunday night. What's your favorite part about coming back to the Deep South where you went to college in Nashville?
Well, I always bump into people, always get a chance to talk to people. Guys who played at Lipscomb University. I know some of them. They live in the Atlanta area. I was going to reach out to Jackie Cowan, who was like a basketball legend at Vanderbilt that I covered when she was there and I was there. I just love to catch up with people, I mean, you mentioned the Roots. It always feels like the 3 or 4 people that I get to see every year, and that's so much fun coming back down. And the Braves are truly one of those teams that are fun to watch. They're fun to be around. And that's been the case for a long time because they've always had really good clubhouse culture, from the days of, Glavine and Smoltz and Chipper Jones on through this year. You walk in there and it always feels like there's a fun conversation with someone like a Charlie Morton, or for me, Kyle Wright, another Vanderbilt guy.
You could have flown to Birmingham and caught a Vandy baseball game. I mean, the schedule actually worked out perfectly, Buster. I wish we had done that.
Yeah, I should have done that, huh?
Yeah. And they won last night. They beat Auburn last night, Vandy.
It was 1 in the
6 to
morning.
4.
Yeah.
6 to 4, baby.
1 in the morning. It's a good time when you're in Atlanta to go ahead and start, meet up with Dale Murphy, start writing those stories to push him over the top for the Hall of Fame. Buster kicks it off right now. Hashtag get Dale in the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
All right, so see them Sunday night as the Braves take on the Phillies. That game is on ESPN Sunday night, 6 o'clock. Buster and the entire gang there. Thank you very much for the time, Buster. Always great talking with you.
All right, guys. Great to talk with you.
All right, safe travels. Buster with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He joins us each week courtesy of the great folks at MyBookie.ag, where you can play that Braves game Sunday night. MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND to get signed up. Code NEXTROUND to get signed up with MyBookie.ag.
Before Brownie tells us about the remake of his house that is ongoing, Forrester has a list of NFL international countries. I don't know if you saw this earlier this week, Brown. As we continue to try to spread the NFL brand around the globe. And this has been going on for a few years, but now everybody basically has their own little part of the world, every franchise. For instance, in Germany, the Falcons are now there. The Panthers are there. Kansas City's been there. The Patriots have been there, and the Buccaneers have been there. They're sort of adopted teams for these regions, and they're spread all around the globe. And you're not tied to one country. Like Kansas City's also in Switzerland. The 49ers are both in England and in Mexico. But the NFL Global Markets program is starting to push certain teams to certain areas. And you see Brazil's a huge, big country. And that's your Dolphins there, right?
Well, they probably look at the logo and think it's a Brazilian airline. But yes, the Miami Dolphins have apparently dominated Brazil.
Yeah,
you could find worse countries to dominate.
And you've got Spain, too. You and Chicago share Spain.
That's
so
right.
That's
Us and
pretty
the Bears,
good.
kind of weird there.
Yeah, we're in Austria and in Germany. So if World War I ever happens again, we have two big spots on the map where a lot of stuff's going to go down.
They'll be fighting each other.
Yeah, that's crazy. Anyway, the NFL Global Markets program, as they continue to spread out across the globe, and those teams associated mostly with those cities, France and the New Orleans Saints was the latest, almost like adopted team.
I wonder if they've got a stadium, one of the soccer stadiums that could host an NFL game in Paris or somewhere like that.
It is a nice tie. I bet they do, because some of the French soccer teams are really some of the best in the world. But with the French history in New Orleans, it's a natural tie-in in France.
Yeah, absolutely. But we started with games in London. Now we've got games in Germany this year. Obviously, Mexico City has had games in the past. And, if you're going to keep going to Europe, Paris is a pretty big city last time I checked. So you just wonder if they try to tap into that a little bit.
Yeah,
absolutely. It would be the Saints, obviously.
Much more to do here in the final hour. We'll check in with LT, or hope to, in this hour.
I don't know that he texted me back.
In Vegas. We may not be checking in with LT. We're going to try, though. He is in Vegas on a guy trip, so we'll see what we can do with him. But Brownie's got a new tough floor in his garage coming soon.
It is coming soon. They've come out and they've done all the measurements. They checked the moisture level in my garage floor to make sure it was okay. It checked out. They looked at all the foundation there, make sure there were no foundational cracks, because my guys at Tough Dog Coatings, the one thing they do not want to do is for their product to fail. So if there's too much moisture, if there's cracks, they tell you, hey, get that fixed. We'll come right back. But we're not going to put down a product that's going to fail. That's how strongly they feel about their product. You've seen these garage floor coverings, but you haven't seen them like this. This has a 15-year warranty. A 15-year warranty. I don't know anybody that stands by anything for 15 years. It does not crack. It does not wear out like epoxy does. It will not yellow in the sunlight. It is great for, even if it's raining, it exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. They've got OSHA ratings. They're like, we'll do you better than that. We're going to exceed that. Mainly, it just looks amazing and it's easy to clean. They tell me even, like, sometimes you walk in your garage and you catch a little smell, right? Maybe it's exhaust. Maybe it's just old. I don't know, musty or whatever. They say when you put this down, it loses all that smell too. It smells better even. They'll do it indoors, as you see on some of the photos Scott's showing, pool surrounds. It is Tough Dog Coatings. Local businessmen who had this idea, saw this product, and they said this is perfect for the Alabama area. I'm going to give you a number to call. 205-947-3639. 205-947-3639, or this website, ToughDogGarageFloors.com. That's TUFF. ToughDogGarageFloors.com. ToughDogGarageFloors.com. or 205-947-3639 to see more about Tough Dog Coatings. I cannot wait to show you the before and after at my house. Again, if you missed any of this information, reach out to me. This will revolutionize your pool surrounds, your basements, your garage floors. It's gorgeous, and it lasts a very long time. ToughDogGarageFloors.com.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Leaf blower over there. How is Buffalo not listed under Canada? I think that's a given at that point, right?
I would guess so, yeah. I mean, they used to play games there, you remember?
And Lunsford says, funny, the Titans are nowhere to be found. So they have no international sister country right now?
Nobody likes them. Nobody likes Titans.
I mean, Lunsford's already given up on them.
What does he care? He's not even a fan anymore.
Evan, the Giants were set to move to Tampa in the early 90s. Was a done deal. Had uniforms, Tampa Bay logo and all. I don't remember that, but I'll take him at his word. We're talking about the San Francisco Giants in baseball, I assume.
That sounds like maybe some leverage to get out of Candlestick Park and get that new stadium they got downtown.
And they got the new stadium, so it worked for them right there. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com, JohnsonRVCenter.com. Earlier, before Brandy tells us about that, a lot of RVs are out at the Met this week, the Hoover Met, for the SEC baseball tournament. Earlier, you had Texas A&M beating South Carolina 5-0. Alabama and Auburn go at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, getting warmed up right now. You can go get lost yourself in the great outdoors with the new or used RV from Johnston RV Center. They got 2023 travel trailers from just $179 a month. Fifth wheels from just $439 a month. All of that with 10% down and approved credit. See Johnston RV Center for details. And, of course, Monday is Memorial Day. It's when we stop and remember the ultimate sacrifice paid for those that have served our great nation in the military. And Johnston RV is very appreciative of those of you in uniform, and they have military discounts for all active and retired military personnel. Just a small way for them to say thank you for all you do for our country. See more, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, and online at johnstonrvcenter.com.
One of our great female listeners, Michelle, making a point on the T-shirt idea, we don't need them, right?
Okay, we don't need them.
We don't need them. She says, put points in parentheses. Points in parentheses. We don't need them would be a better look. I think I agree with that. Something about the parentheses and points being there sort of gives it a subtle given.
Yeah.
We're talking about points here.
What if you did it like, you know how they do like in the dictionary with the phonetical sound or the phonetical spelling, I should say?
Points?
Points, and then under it, like the definition, we don't need them.
Oh, I like that too.
You like that?
Yeah.
Do it like it's a definition.
Is there going to be a picture there or is it just words?
It's just words, man.
Just words.
Just words.
Just words.
Yeah. T-shirt ideas. We just come up with them.
Yeah. I mean, let's throw a few out there. The points, we don't need them. Let's just throw some ideas out there, see what they look, see what sticks there, and we'll sell them in the store right there next to the coffee.
Let's keep that rolling. By the way, coffee available for you now. It's the new Next Round blend. This is a special blend. The only place in the world you can get it is through us. Go to our store right there, nextround.store, nextround.store, and we got a link. Who is Coffee?
Who is Coffee does it. They've partnered with us to do this blend. It is really, really good. 100% Arabica beans, specially roasted on demand. You can get it in whole bean. You can get it ground for the drips and the pods. You can get espresso, coarse ground for French press, all of that. Thanks to whoiscoffee.com, whoiscoffee.com. Pre-order today. Everybody that pre-orders will be entered into a prize pack drawing where you get coffee, shirts, hats, tumblers, all that. If you order today, so many of you have already. Thank you for doing that. Nextround.store or whoiscoffee.com. I heard from Lance in the break. He's just landed in L.A., so he was like, it is going to be tight for him to do a Zoom.
Wow, out of Vegas already.
Yeah, because his flight just landed, so he's going to hit us tomorrow. We're going to do a Zoom with him tomorrow. But
from L.A.?
From L.A. He'll be out in the City of Angels tomorrow, so we'll check in with him there. Oddly, the Dodgers in Atlanta right now. That was the oddity for him, is like normally he would be over watching the Dodgers play the Braves, but when the Dodgers came to Atlanta, he flew to L.A. He's going the other way.
A little college football conversation here from Stuart Mandel's mailbag this week at The Athletic. Always enjoy him and some of his writings, both at The Athletic and also in his mailbag there. One thing he pointed out, Brown, before I get to the main part of the mailbag I want to get to, he was asked for some candidates to replace Mike Bone at USC as athletic director. The one interesting name of potential candidates he think would be good fits there was Ross Bjork of Texas A&M, one-time Ole Miss athletic director, who, by the way, was on the athletic staff at UCLA for 5 years. So he's familiar with the conference, the region, well, at least what their current conference is. But it's moving to the Big Ten, so you sort of need a new – an AD moving to the Big Ten that's got a little gravitas to him.
Yeah.
Younger guy, aggressive guy. And I think Ross Bjork would fit that bill. I don't know if I would prefer to be at USC in the Big Ten in the L.A. market or at College Station, Texas A&M in the SEC.
Well, I don't think you can go wrong there.
You don't think you can go wrong either way, huh?
Yeah, I mean, just as far as, the resources you're going to have as a program, I think you're fine in either situation. So one of the ways I might look at it, if I'm Ross Bjork, is if I hang around here, there is a chance I've got to answer for this big contract extension I gave Jimbo Fisher, right?
Right.
I mean, if he fails, people are going to look back and say, you're the guy that gave him that massive extension because you bet on the LSU rumors. So this is on you that we're having to pay this massive buyout, Ross. Whereas if I go to USC, they're moving to the Big Ten. So it's a healthy future. I'm not having to worry about the failure of the Pac-12.
And you're locked and loaded there.
And
you're
I'm locked
secure.
and loaded. And you've got a really good football situation with Lincoln Riley and a really good basketball situation with Andy Enfield. Now, I think your basketball situation at A&M is really good, too. I think they're very high, rightfully so, on Buzz Williams and what he has brought to that program. But ultimately, in the SEC, you're going to be judged on football, and this is a chance to go somewhere where, in spite of what must have gone wrong under Mike Bone, he navigated the move to the Big Ten, and he's got you in a pretty good situation in your two revenue sports with your coaches. So, to me, the USC job's very attractive right now if I'm an athletics director.
Now, that's just Stewart throwing out Ross Bjork's name. There's no official tie-in to him or if he's going to be the next guy there. But, you know, if you're an athletic director, securing your place in an SEC job or a Big Ten job is, I think, very important right now because there's a lot of headaches in the other jobs. He's got an SEC job now, so he is not necessarily out looking for a gig.
Well, but, but let me use this example. Like if Greg Byrne took that job, okay? Or Greg Byrne took a conference commissioner's job or something like that. The Alabama job would be very attractive, but in the back of the guy's mind, and this could be a plus or a minus. I'm not saying this is a minus for everybody, but in the back of the guy's mind, he's like, I'm going to have to hire Nick Saban's replacement. And in a lot of ways, that would seem easy, but in a lot of ways, it also seems hard, right? Now, I'm in good shape with Nate Oates. I got basketball headed in the right direction. I guess I'm going to have to build him an arena somehow, but I'm going to have to hire Nick Saban's replacement. I'm taking over a very healthy situation, but I'm going to have to make that hire, and that's going to be a tough hire.
Historically speaking, I'm going to have to hire Nick Saban's replacement and the guy to replace Nick Saban's replacement.
And then answer for getting it wrong the first time, yes. But if you go to USC, there's the only way you're hiring Lincoln Riley's replacement in all likelihood is if he takes an NFL job.
Speaking of Nick Saban's replacement, the next Gym Class Heroes, whenever it drops, involves that. One guy who I long considered not to be in the mix. I think there's a scenario that he gets back into the mix. That's the new Gym Class Hero.
I'm long-standing on Dan Lanning. Big year for you.
You are.
Big year for you. I had him in my upset alert losing to Cal earlier. It'd be a bad loss if you want the Alabama job.
And there's a reason why the long-standing guy was out of it, and now he's back, I think, down the road into the conversation. You got to wait for it whenever it drops. Taylor will let you know when it drops on our social media platforms.
Gus Malzahn, because he's not at Auburn anymore. Gus Malzahn can take the job.
Yes, yes. You have to see it to believe it. Our friends at Simpio can help you before we get into these other topics. Here's the question we're going to talk about that Stu answers. There are 5 records that are almost unimaginable that will be broken in college football. In order, who do you think or will the records be broken? They involve Nebraska, 348 consecutive AP poll appearances, Nick Saban's 7 and counting national titles, Newt Rockney's 881 winning percentage, Oklahoma's 47-game winning streak, and Florida State's 14 consecutive top 5 finishes in the AP poll.
Okay, yeah. So we're coming back to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Simpio was one of the very first calls we made when we decided to split off and do our own thing. Here's why. Because we were all together in a business together for the first time, and there are several things that hang over your head when you start your own business. And I would like to call them the 4 headaches. They call them the 4 pillars. They're nicer about it than me, but as part of a business ownership team, let me tell you, these are 4 headaches. Compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. Compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. Simpio handles all those things for you. Benefits, my wife keeps up with our insurance. She says we've got the best insurance we've had as adults with Blue Cross Blue Shield here at Double Down Media. Simpio.com took care of all that. They handle it. They get us the great rates. 205-635-7467. If you've already started a business, you're about to start a business, Simpio needs to be one of your first calls. 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com. That's Simpeo, Simpio.com.
Nebraska's 348 consecutive AP poll appearances, Nick Saban's 7 national titles, Newt Rockney's 881 winning percentage, Oklahoma's 47-game winning streak, and Florida State's 14 consecutive top 5 finishes. Of those, which one's the easiest to break? Or the most likely to fall first?
So Nebraska was what?
Nebraska is 348 consecutive AP poll appearances. I've got all the details. You just throw out what you're thinking. I can tell you if you're correct.
I'm thinking Alabama is. I'm thinking where Alabama is right now. They're probably somewhere around 220, 225 consecutive. Do you have that?
I do. Alabama currently is at 245.
245, okay.
It would take another 7 to 8 years which is a lot, but the Tide.
That's a lot, but that's
the
doable.
Tide don't have to keep going 11-2. Stewart
Yeah.
points out some 9-win seasons will continue to get you into the top 25.
Oh, even 8-win seasons with Alabama's name and reputation. Yeah, I could see Alabama actually breaking that one because Saban, I don't think will coach them that much longer.
So 7 to 8 years.
Yeah, but if Saban coaches, say, 3 more years, and then you get the hire right, and maybe they don't play to that dominant of a level, but we're only talking about being in the top 25 every week of the season. I mean, that has become an extremely low bar for Alabama football. So I actually could see Alabama breaking that one in 7 or 8 years.
1981 through 2002.
Yeah, I could see Alabama breaking that one. So I'll give you that one, all right?
It would take another 7 to 8 years to break it.
That's
That
doable.
is the second easiest to break.
According to Stewart?
According to Stewart.
All right, give me the
easiest is Nick Saban's 7 national
I think
championships.
Stewart's way off on this.
He says because Saban's next one's going to make it 8.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
But then he points out, and this is important, Kirby Smart is only 47. 11 years younger than Nick Saban was when Nick Saban won his second ring in 2009, his first at Alabama. So, yes, 7 is the record. It's hard to imagine. But Kirby is 11 years ahead of Saban age-wise when he got to his second. And he's built Alabama East.
I mean, he has. But, all right, so he needs 5 more to tie, 6 more to break. Think about that now. Put that in perspective.
It's never been done. I mean, 7 is the GOAT.
So let's just say he wins them at a remarkable clip of 3 years per national champion. On average, 3 years per national championship, you would say is a remarkable clip.
Yeah.
He's got to do that for 18 years.
Yeah, just get one for every 18 years.
Yeah, but he's got to do that for 18 years on that clip. I mean, that is – I don't consider that easy. I think it's actually easier for Alabama to break. Easier.
Most likely broken, not easy.
I think it's easier for Alabama to break the poll streak. What are the other ones?
The third one is Rockney's winning percentage. On the surface, it looks daunting, Stewart writes, at 881. That's Rockney's all-time winning percentage. But Urban Meyer, number 3 all-time, is 854, so he was really close. Winning almost 90% of your games may well be doable in the modern era. Contenders to do it. Ryan Day, who currently is at an 882. He's actually a little better than Rockney. Yeah. Lincoln Riley, who's at 836. And in a familiar trend here, Kirby Smart, who's at 844.
I was going to say Kirby's got to be close because he's only had the one really bad year there at Georgia. Or I say really bad, the one bad year at Georgia. Ryan Day's the one I would keep my eye on. It feels like because that guy took over such a good situation from Urban Meyer, and it feels like he just reels off 10 or 11 wins every year. I would say Ryan Day will actually end up breaking that.
Stewart again, Stuart Mandel, The Athletic.
So, I mean, how about I think 2 of these are going to be broken already.
The likelihood of someone replicating FSU's 14-year top 5 finish in the AP poll, that was 1987 to 2000. Think about that, 87 to 2000.
It's one of the most remarkable records in the history of football, I agree.
14 years in the top 5 they finished in the AP poll. Extremely unlikely replicating that, says Stewart. Alabama is currently up to 15 consecutive top 10 seasons.
That's right.
But even the Tide has a number 10 in 2010, number 7 in 2013, and number 8 in 2019 in there.
Think about how consistently good they've been, and they're not even close to breaking it right now. They reset the clock at 2019.
Bobby Bowden coached in an era with 11-game schedules.
Oh, you don't? No.
In a conference,
No, there's no reason for Stewart to excuse what Coach Bowden did. That was an incredible achievement.
You'd have to be insanely consistent to pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like Stewart was about to excuse. Florida State played an aggressive schedule under Bobby Bowden. Yes, they were not in a conference the whole time, and when they did join a conference, it was the ACC, which wasn't a great football conference. But they always scheduled aggressively out of conference and played in massive bowl games, important games. That was a remarkable run of football.
The one he says is 0.2% chance to be broken is the 47-game win streak. Bud Wilkinson won every game between 19 or the games 47 straight between 1953 and 57. There was no 85 scholarship limits. There was no portal. There was no conference championship games. And now we're going to a 12-team national championship playoff. The longest streak in the last 15 years was by Clemson when it went 15-0 in 2018 and got to 14-0 the next year before losing the title game to Joe Burrow, and that was 29 games. Can you imagine the games you got to go to if they'd won that championship game? They'd had to go unbeaten and win the national championship again the next year, and then start the next year off. You'd have to go on a pretty amazing run to get to a 47-game win streak.
Yeah, as it stands right now, you'd have to win 3 consecutive national championships undefeated, and you would still need to win your first 2 games of the next season just to tie.
Yep.
I mean, put that in perspective. Think about how difficult it will be for that moving forward with the college football playoff. I'm with him there. I don't think that you'll ever see that one broken.
Yep. So those are the 5 really daunting records in college football in Stuart Mendel's mailbag at The Athletic if you want to go read everything he writes.
Tripp says Miami's 58 consecutive home wins should be on the list. That's probably one you won't see broken again either. 58 consecutive wins at the Orange Bowl. Seemed like Arizona ended that streak. I can't remember exactly who it was, but I remember the streak ending.
Where did Alabama get to before the?
I think it was 40 some odd.
Has it stopped? When did they lose at home recently?
Hang on.
I thought they were clipping along at a pretty good pace there for a second.
Yeah.
I guess someone ended it along the way from the Johnny Manziel loss.
Well, no, the 2019 LSU loss.
2019 LSU loss.
Yeah.
But they haven't lost since then, have they?
No, but I mean that was just 2019. There's only a handful of games they've played since then. You played 5 in 2020, 7 in 22, so that's 12.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, in 21, that's 12, and then another 7, that's 19. They're only up to 19 wins. 19, 20, somewhere around there.
Can't get to 47 that one, need 20.
I'm aware of how the math works, but I don't think you'll ever see it.
Washington was the team that ended it in the Hurricane game. Remember that?
That's right. It was Washington. It was, yeah. I mean, but think about that. That's 58 in a row. Again, I'll point out, as consistent as Alabama has been under Nick Saban, they've dropped several home games in that time. And for 58 in a row, when you're playing on average 7 home games a year, to basically go 9 years without losing a home game, 8 or 9 years, 8.5 years without losing a home game, that's incredible.
Our friends at New Life Art captured a lot of the incredible things at Alabama over the years. Daniel A. Moore paints them, comes up with the idea, and he's got new stuff coming as well. And a big event coming with our friends at New Life Art. It's next Thursday night. That's June 1st. Next Thursday night, June 1st, 5 to 7. Excuse me. Is it 5 or 3? 3 to 7. That's a 4-hour event now. I said 5 yesterday. It's 3 to 7. 4 hours in the afternoon. So save that date next Thursday night, 3 to 7 at Daniel A. Moore, New Life Art. It's a spring open house. You'll meet and greet the artist, Daniel A. Moore, and he'll be available to sign and personalize any of the items or artwork you have there. Exclusive announcements of upcoming projects, special discounts available during the open house, light refreshments will be served. Make plans on joining everyone with New Life Art out there with the spring open house with artist Daniel A. Moore next Thursday, 3 to 7, right there at New Life Art. When we come back, we'll update you on the SEC baseball tournament, Alabama and Auburn, underway out at the Hoover Met. Sun is shining. Auburn's in orange, Alabama's in white. And we'll update you on that and everything else that's going on in the sports world right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling? No problem. The specialists at Dry Tech are here to help. What's important is you act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to those toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. When trouble strikes, call Dry Tech 205-637-0143. That's Dry Tech at 205-637-0143.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Auburn goes scoreless in the top of the first. Alabama coming to bat. SEC baseball tournament at Hoover. Continuing for one of those teams, loser goes home, but both are on their way to the NCAA baseball tournament. We'll just find out where they're seated and all that after the event in Hoover is over this week. But a great crowd for a Thursday afternoon, but I can only imagine after seeing the crowds for the night games last night what that crowd would look like if this was after the last day of school, everyone's checking out in the middle of the day, stuff you got to do with your kids and the people that are at work right now. If this was a night game, what the juice behind Alabama and Auburn would be at the Met tonight.
You mean like a winner's bracket game, not a loser's bracket game, is what you're saying. Kendall Rogers did update. He says they are a lock. They're in great shape, I should say. Great shape.
Who is they?
Auburn. I'm sorry. Boy, I should have clarified that, shouldn't I? For a top 16. A top 16.
So that gets them a host.
That would make them a host. So great shape. He was asked if they're a lock. He says, yep, Auburn is in great shape for a top 16. I'm trying to find his actual projection. If I can find it, I will share it because he's up. Got it right here.
Because this is a new update.
This is a new update
from action yesterday.
Yeah, his latest field of 64. He has got Tuscaloosa still with Alabama as the overall 11 seed, and then Auburn is the overall 10 seed.
Okay.
So he's got both Tuscaloosa and Auburn hosting a region.
And what are their seeds again?
Overall, Auburn 10, Alabama 11. As I said, they're pretty much the same team.
Yep.
And they're being treated as such.
And they're playing each other right now, and we'll see if maybe an outcome in this one could flip them around or maybe put a little separation as they go at the Hoover Met. Our friends at Redmond Vodka, locally owned and operated. Charles Barkley, one of the great faces behind Redmond Vodka. Our aim there at Redmond Vodka has always been clarity and taste, color and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, but also provides a smooth finish that doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. It is 8 times distilled and available at your local package and ABC stores. Don't forget to ask for it by name when you're ordering your drinks this spring and summer. Drink responsibly. The fastest growing distillery in Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and up to 22 states now. It's our friends at Redmond Vodka. Brownie.
He's got 8 SEC teams hosting a regional.
8 of 16.
8 of 16. So Gainesville for Florida, who's the overall 2. Fayetteville for Arkansas, the overall 3. Baton Rouge for LSU, the overall 4. Nashville for Vandy, the overall 7 seed. He has got Columbia for South Carolina, who's the overall 15 seed. Lexington for Kentucky, the 12. Tuscaloosa for Alabama, the 11. And Auburn for the Tigers, who are the overall 10 seed. I mean, that is incredible, the SEC representation there.
Brett over in the Vulcan Tire chat room. LT's in L.A., and I'll be driving through L.A. in about 2 hours.
We'll probably bump into each other. There's only about, 10 million people out there.
No, you'll pass him.
Second largest city in the country, right?
Absolutely. They ought to hook up while they're out there.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe they've got plans to hook up.
No idea.
Maybe that's what they're working on.
I tell you what, Brett, I know he does this for a living. Could you imagine driving a truck through L.A.?
I thought he was going to be in Las Vegas.
I have no idea.
I'd want to go around 5 p.m. That's when
I
I'd wanna
don't
go.
think I'd be doing it in the heat of the day. I mean, I don't mean tell Brett how to do his job. He knows it way better than me. But I feel like I'd do that one overnight if I was going to have to hit L.A.
Brett, if you and LT hook up, let us know.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure Lance has got a million different things he's trying to do.
Well, it hasn't landed yet, so
Yeah.
not even there yet. All right, Alabama has hit a home run in the bottom of the first. They're up 1-0. More of that coming up in the second. Off the national championship conversation. D, I can't pronounce the last part of his handle. We'll just call him D.
D nuts.
Something like that. Brown, there are only 5 coaches, as you're talking about getting to 7, the Nick Saban. There's only 5 coaches that have won a national championship that's still coaching.
Yeah.
Do you know who they are?
Mac Brown, Nick Saban, Dabo Swinney, Kirby Smart, and the other guy who is going to slip my mind right now.
He gets beat up on the show all the time.
He gets beat up. Jimbo Fisher. Yeah.
Mac Brown's got 1.
Mm-hmm.
Jimbo Fisher's got 1. Dabo's got 2. Kirby's got 2, and Nick's got 7.
Yeah.
Nobody else has any.
And you
that's
can
coaching
eliminate
right now.
You can eliminate all the rest of them from the conversation except for Kirby. He's the only one that's got a shot. With all due respect to Dabo, Kirby's the only one that would have a shot at this, and I don't think he does.
Yeah.
I just don't see. I mean, again, it would take probably 18 to 20 more years to compile those championships.
So that would get Kirby to 67.
I mean,
He's got age on his side, is what I'm saying.
He does have age on his side, but I'll tell you what is working against that record being broken is the fact that it is impossible to be a coach in college football right now with the schedule you have to keep and how much money those guys are making that makes it easier for them to retire.
We'll revisit this if they three-peat, if they win a third one.
He's still 4 away from breaking the record at that point.
Tying the record, yes.
Or tying the record, excuse me, you're right.
Yeah, interesting discussion there. All right, when we come back, our final thoughts today, and we'll get into what's happening tonight on the court. One other note, though, before we bounce away here. The top prospects in the SEC for the NFL next year.
Okay.
Do you ever look at this? Because I started researching this last night. Because like a lot of you, I'm putting my 40 and 40 together, my top 25 that I'll submit that turns into our 40 and 40. And I always like to look at mock drafts for the upcoming NFL year to see who has the most NFL talent. Georgia's got 3 possible first-round guys.
Okay.
Brock Bowers at tight end, Javon Bullard, defensive back, Ramari Lassiter, corner. LSU has 2. D lineman Mason Smith, who, by the way, just got cleared, missed almost all of last year, got hurt early in the Florida State game, ACL, has battled back, cleared now, full go, will be back for the Florida State game this year. Big news for LSU. Malik Neighbors of LSU. Auburn's got 1, cornerback DJ James, potential first-round guy. Arkansas has Raheem Rocket Sanders, potential first-round guy. And Alabama's got 3, just like Georgia does. Not calling a national championship here, but Dallas Turner at linebacker, Kool-Aid McKinstry at corner, and J.C. Latham there on the offensive line. So, as you're doing your poll, Georgia and Alabama a little bit more than LSU, but don't forget Auburn, Arkansas in the mix there too. All right, our last big thing when we come back. Scorefest going on down in Tampa right now as the Rays lead Toronto 3-1, bottom of the second. Day baseball happening everywhere, and Alabama up 1-0 at the SEC tournament. This is TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 in Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Be there as your champion Stallions defend their title. Get your tickets now for this weekend's home game.
We can't wait to have you for the USFL.
Seats start at $10, so bring the whole family for kickoff at Protective Stadium as Coach Skip Holtz and the Stallions are running it back in Birmingham.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Don't miss out on the hottest ticket in town.
Touchdown, Birmingham.
Buy your Stallions tickets today at theusfl.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Before I tell you the last big thing, remember NBA playoffs tonight, Miami and Boston. Miami one win away from going to the finals, 7:30 on TNT. You got a mybookie.ag line on that? Look for that real quick.
I will real quick.
Florida last night finished the sweep of Carolina to go on to the NHL Stanley Cup Finals. Las Vegas and Dallas tonight. Las Vegas trying to finish the sweep, 7 o'clock on ESPN. Remember, Florida, who barely made the Stanley Cup playoffs, was down 3-1 to the greatest team ever to lace up skates.
The Bruins?
The Bruins. They were down 3-1 in that series and won 3 straight to get out of there. They've won 11 of their last 12 playoff games.
Yeah.
That's a hot team right there, as Matthew Tkachuk with the goal last night. 21 games, 16 playoff goals. 21 goals, 16 games for him this postseason.
Boston favored 8 tonight, total of 215.
Which would get it back to a game 6 in Miami.
Yeah, I mean, which, if you're the Heat, you start to sweat that one a little bit, right? If it gets to a game 6.
If it goes back.
Yeah, if it goes back. Now, that said, Boston has not been great in the postseason on their home floor, but they are favored 8.
I'll do this in 30 seconds.
I bet you don't.
Drew Jones, son of Andrew Jones. There was a superfractor card, 1 of 1, Brown. It was autographed by Drew Jones. Adams Card World said, if you can find it for us within 3 weeks, we'll give you $250,000 for it. There's a chance, though, it'll be worth more than $1 million if he makes the Hall of Fame. Someone has found that card, 1 of 1. They own it. It's autographed. Do you take the $250,000 cash right now or hold it? Keep in mind, a card just like that with Steph Curry just went for $5.9 million. $250,000 now with the
Gosh, I
teenager,
don't know.
or wait and see what his career turns into.
Gamble on his career. I'd be a nervous wreck watching him every time he played.
I think I'd take the $250.
I think I would too.
Chance of him turning into a Hall of Famer.
Very low. I mean, father-son Hall of Fame combo. That's very low odds.
Very low odds. We're back live again on Friday at 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.